Colleagues, before we begin our proceedings, I would like to say a few words regarding these special measures in place today.
Orders made on Tuesday, May 26, 2020. The application of Standing Order 17 will be suspended for current sittings to allow members to practice physical distancing. Members desiring to speak and address the chair may do so from any seat in the House. De plus,
additionally, as members know, this will be a hybrid sitting of the House. Some members will be participating via video conference, and some will be participating in person.
To all members, that in order to avoid issues with sound, members participating in person should not also be connected to the video conference. For those joining via video conference, I would like to remind you that when speaking, you should be on the same channel as the language you are speaking. Finally, I ask that all members tabling a document or moving a motion sign the document and bring it to the table themselves. I am now prepared to rule on the question of privilege raised on July 20th, 2020 by the Leader of the Opposition concerning remarks made by the Prime Minister in Committee of the Whole regarding an investigation headed by the Conflict of Interest and Ethics Commissioner. The Leader of the Opposition maintained that the Prime Minister had deliberately misled the House in his response to questions about his past cooperation on the investigation into SNC-Lavalin matter. This question of privilege is related to the one that the Leader of the Opposition initially raised in the Committee of the Whole on July 8, 2020. However, he felt that due to exceptional circumstances, the Chair should consider the matter even in the absence of the committee report.
On July 21st, 2020, the Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader presented arguments suggesting that the question of privilege was not valid, but that he did not address whether it was appropriate to raise the matter with the Speaker directly. Let me address with this procedural issue first.
I accept that the particular circumstances of this situation, notably the challenge surrounding the Committee of the Whole format, do make it appropriate to bring the matter to the Speaker. While this is clearly an exceptional case, I do wonder if it would be useful for the Standing Committee of Procedure and House Affairs to look into this issue of questions of privilege arising from committee more thoroughly, since, as the Leader of the Opposition noted, it is ultimately within Parliament's authority to defend members' privileges.
In the second part of his question of privilege, the Leader of the Opposition focused on the responses from the Prime Minister that he felt were misleading. He rightfully noted that there were 3 criteria that the Chair must address in order to determine whether a statement sought to deliberately mislead the House. I will take them in turn.
Criterion is whether the statement was in fact misleading. In the response at issue, the Prime Minister said that the government had taken, and I quote, the unprecedented step of waiving cabinet confidentiality and waiving solicitor-client confidentiality in the situation so that the Ethics Commissioner could fully investigate the matter at hand, end quote. The Leader of the Opposition noted several passages of the Conflict of Interest and Ethics Commissioner's report which referred to the latter's, and I quote, inability to access all cabinet confidences related to the matter, end quote, and which led him to conclude that he, and I quote again, unable to fully discharge the investigatory duties conferred upon him, end quote. The report also suggests that some witnesses felt constrained by what they could say during the course of the investigation because the waiver of cabinet confidence was limited. These elements of the report led the Leader of the Opposition to conclude that the Prime Minister had misled the House in stating that the Conflict of Interest and Ethics Commissioner had been able to fully investigate the matter. Le secrétaire parlementaire.
The parliamentary secretary to the Government House Leader argued that the Prime Minister's response was taken out of context and that it referred to the unprecedented step that the government had taken in waiving access to cabinet confidences and solicitor-client privilege in the context of this investigation. He further added that the Commissioner had himself stated that, quote, he gathered sufficient factual information to properly determine the matter on its merits, end of quote.
Criterion is whether the member making the statement knew it to be incorrect. The Leader of the Opposition argued that the Prime Minister must have known that the statement was incorrect because he would have been aware of the contents of the Commissioner's report and that he had been questioned extensively in the House on the extent of the government's cooperation with the investigation. In return, the Parliamentary Secretary's assertion is that in the context the response was provided, it was not correct at all. The
third criterion is whether, in making the statement, the member intended to mislead the House. The Leader of the Opposition did not provide any argument about what he viewed as the Prime Minister's intent. While the Parliamentary Secretary's contention is that the Prime Minister was speaking about the rationale for waiving certain privileged information in relation to the Commissioner's investigation.
In reviewing these arguments, it appears to me as though there is a disagreement as to the meaning and the context of the Prime Minister's comments. It is reasonable for members to disagree as to what constitutes a full investigation or full cooperation, and thus it is not obvious to the Chair that the statement was clearly misleading. As a previous speaker noted in a ruling that he delivered on April 30th, 2014, members must recognize and accept the existence of differences of fact and interpretation, which have always been a part of the normal cut and thrust of debate and question period, end quote. I cannot therefore conclude that the first criterion was met. If one cannot conclude definitely that a statement was misleading, it would be difficult to conclude that the member making that statement knew it to be misleading and, as a result, that the member intended to mislead the House in making it. Excuse me. Therefore, based on my assessment of these three criteria, the threshold for finding a prima facie question of privilege has not been met. Je remercie les députés.
I'd like to thank the members for their attention.
Pursuant to order made on Tuesday, May 26, 2020, the House shall now resolve itself into a committee of the whole to consider matters related to COVID-19 pandemic and other matters.
The committee will begin its proceedings with the questioning of ministers on matters related to the COVID-19 pandemic and other matters for a period not exceeding 95 minutes.
Members from all recognized parties and one member who does not belong to a recognized party in a fashion consistent with the proportions observed during the special committee on the COVID-19 pandemic. Each member will be recognized for not more than 5 minutes, which may be used for posing questions to a minister of the Crown, and members are permitted to split their time with one or more members by so indicating to the Chair. Veuillez noter.
Please note that we will suspend this part of the sitting halfway for a short period in order to allow employees who provide support for the sitting to substitute each other safely.
We will now begin. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. So what we have before us with the WE corruption scandal is an organization that receives sole source contracts from the government, from the taxpayer. They then set up a real estate company and gobble up over $40 million worth of prime downtown Toronto real estate. They also pay members of the Prime Minister's immediate family cash for speaking engagements. And they also provide a huge platform for Liberals to do their campaigning. They even did an election-style ad promoting the Prime Minister himself. But they get into trouble, Mr. Speaker. Red flags start going up about their bank covenant. Members of the board resign. And so they lobby the government, and the government gives them another sole source contract that they are able to take $40 million worth of administration fees from. Canadians rightly are concerned by this kind of you scratch my back, I scratch your back type of relationship with a Liberal-friendly organization. So I have a series of very simple yes or no questions to help Canadians understand the depths of this scandal. Was the Prime Minister aware that the agreement that he signed with this organization was not with the WE charity itself, but was with a shell corporation that has no assets and no history of charitable work?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as was made clear at committee, the nonpartisan public service recommended this approach as the only way to deliver this program in the timeline required this summer during COVID. Last week, I acknowledged that I should have recused myself, and I apologized. But our goal was and is to provide opportunities for students to serve in their communities right across the country in this unprecedented time. Obviously, the way it unfolded was regrettable, and the program is no longer unfolding as we'd said. In regards to aspects of the We Charity Foundation, the public service worked to find the best possible delivery of this program to get student grants for volunteer hours. The public service worked with the We organization to develop the agreement, and the work was done and negotiated at the officials level in those details. We have consistently approached as a way of empowering young people across the country, the way other governments of all stripes have worked with this organization in the past.
The Leader of the Opposition.
That didn't answer the question, Mr. Speaker. Was the Prime Minister aware that this agreement was being signed with a shell corporation with no history of charitable work? Yes or no?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
The details of the agreement was worked out at the officials level.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
The Prime Minister has to understand it's not about him recusing himself from this decision. The Clerk of the Privy Council himself said that it would be impossible for the Prime Minister and the Finance Minister to recuse themselves from giving a sole source contract to an organization with such close ties to the Liberal Party and his immediate family. Was the Prime Minister aware that the shell corporation that signed the contracts' sole stated purpose was to hold real estate?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
As I said, Mr. Speaker, governments of all stripes, including Stephen Harper's government, worked closely with this organization to deliver opportunities for young people. When it came to negotiating the specific contract with this organization, the civil service worked out the details of that.
I'm just going to pause and stop the clock for a second. I understand that it's very emotional and it gets very tense in here sometimes, but coaching somebody with answers probably isn't the right way to have these sessions. I just want to point that out to those who are shouting across from one side or the other. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Did the Prime Minister or anyone in his office receive the unsolicited proposal that Craig Kielburger sent to officials on April 9th? Yes or no?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
No, Mr. Speaker, we move forward on creating a program that would get young people to serve right across the country. The civil service made recommendations around which organization we could partner with.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Did the Prime Minister or anyone in his office receive the proposal that included the student grant program that was sent to the Finance Minister's office on April 21st, a day before the announcement was made? Yes or no?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, throughout my career and throughout the life of this government, we've been focused on giving opportunities to young people in a range of ways, and we've continued to look to do that during this COVID crisis.
Leader of the Opposition.
Speaker, he answered no to the previous question, but he couldn't answer yes or no to that question. So I wonder what that means, Mr. Speaker. Did the Prime Minister or anyone in his office speak to anyone at we, prior to his April 22nd announcement on the student grant?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, giving opportunities to young people through service and volunteer work across the country was important to this government, has been important to this government for an awfully long time. We will continue to look to create opportunities for young people.
The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Thank you very much, Chair. We're chatting, we're talking about things during our COVID committee, which has as a goal to ensure what we can do to help the horrible situation for the management of the Canadian government. And is the Prime Minister concerned about the time he has left for the management of the situation for Canadians? The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
No, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday, we passed an essential bill which would enable the wage subsidy to apply for longer for more businesses. Last week, we negotiated a $19 billion agreement with the provinces and territories to ensure a safe recovery. We will continue to work on the things that matter for Canadians. And it's up to the opposition parties to decide what they want to ask questions about. The Honourable Member. Well, I would say that the bill that was passed shows that the Parliament of Canada does not need its current Prime Minister. I'm sure you agree. Was the Prime Minister aware that there was another nonprofit that was involved in real estate and perhaps was trying to collect millions of dollars from taxpayers, that this money was going to go to this other organization? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. As I already stated, Mr. Speaker, it was the public service that determined the details of the arrangement. But what I can say is that from the beginning of the pandemic, we have moved forward creatively and strongly to deliver help in an unprecedented situations for Canadians, seniors, entrepreneurs, families, children. We are helping Canadians, and we will continue to do so. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Is the Prime Minister saying, and I would just say that I'm not going to make any assumptions about the results of the work, but the opposition is asking questions, the committees are asking questions, the media is asking questions. At some point, we'll come to the end of that work, and I don't want to prejudge what's going to happen. But is the Prime Minister saying that he's going to put time into managing the We Charity crisis, or is he going to tell us that he's simply not doing his job? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Well, a Prime Minister has a lot to do. I'm managing many files all at the same time. And indeed, the main priority, the main file is this economic and health crisis that millions of Canadians are facing during this pandemic. We are delivering for them. But indeed, I also am prepared to answer other questions that will be posed by the media, by Canadians, by opposition parties. And I can say that my time is very well managed. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. How many meetings on managing the We Charity crisis has the Prime Minister participated in? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, every day I participate in multiple meetings on many different topics. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. How many meetings, for a total of about how many hours per week, has the Prime Minister participated in to manage the We Charity crisis, which may involve him and certainly involves his family? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I don't have a precise answer to that at hand, but I will look into it and I'll try to give a better answer to my honourable colleague, to show that my time is devoted to delivering for Canadians. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. We're all waiting for the moment when Parliament and the government apparatus will be able to focus on the real crisis here, the one that really matters for Canadians and Quebecers, the public health crisis. Whatever he says, I'm sure the PM is spending a lot of time, a lot of anxiety, a lot of mental effort on managing this current scandal. Shouldn't he temporarily, without making any prejudgments, but wouldn't it be better for him to step aside so that someone else who has the necessary mental space to handle the pandemic, wouldn't it be better if that person took over? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. I don't think that my honourable colleague should make judgments on the mental space that I have available. I would assure that my concentration is on the pandemic that's facing Canadians. In fact, I think that the opposition parties are the ones who are incredibly focused on this issue rather than on others. But I can assure you that I am concentrated on Canadians and on the programs that we are delivering for them and on the historical assistance that we're giving Canadians during this crisis. The Honourable Member for Burnaby South. Thank you very much. The stories shared by workers at Rideau Hall, by employees at Rideau Hall, are very troubling. The PM has a role to play. Will the Prime Minister show leadership and launch an independent investigation? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, all Canadians, especially those in the public service, have the right to work in a safe and appropriate workplace. That's extremely important. And that is why, on the 22nd of June, we brought forward a program to strengthen protections. The Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
Shared by the workers at Rideau Hall are so troubling that the Prime Minister has a role to play. The Prime Minister can show leadership. And will the Prime Minister show leadership and launch an independent investigation?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, obviously every Canadian has the right to a safe, secure workspace free from harassment, and that is extremely important. That's why we move forward on June 22nd with announcements on strengthening the oversight in federally regulated agencies and environments, including the public service.
The Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
I want to switch gears on the next question, Mr. Speaker. What is the Prime Minister's plan for CERB at the end of August?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, given this unprecedented pandemic, we had to bring in a program to help millions of Canadians who lost their workforce, lost their revenue. We will continue to support Canadians in different ways moving forward.
The Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
I didn't hear a plan. I met a couple that works in music production. They support concerts by helping to set up the stage. They lost their job and have no hope of returning to a job. What is the plan for that couple?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, this government has been there for Canadians through this pandemic, and we will continue to be there for Canadians to support families like theirs through this difficult time. We know that the relaunch is beginning to happen in some sectors, but not everyone has a job. We will kiss.
The Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
That was pretty vague, Mr. Speaker. So let me ask more directly. Will the Prime Minister extend CERB, or will he end it at the end of August?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, throughout this pandemic, we have responded to the needs of Canadians by adjusting programs, by extending programs. We will continue to support Canadians through this pandemic.
The Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
Well, maybe no answer there, but maybe another question. More specifically, will the Prime Minister commit to fixing EI so that it applies to all Canadians and they can use it when they need it?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, throughout this pandemic, this government has been there for Canadians. 8 million Canadians receiving the CERB, millions more on the wage subsidy. We will continue to support Canadians as the recovery happens, as the economy gets going again.
Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
Well, here's the thing, Mr. Speaker. People are seeing a Prime Minister who seems more interested in helping close friends by giving millions of dollars to but they're still worried about their future, and they don't know if this Prime Minister is focused on helping them or just helping their close friends. So will the Prime Minister commit to improving EI, to extending CERB, to ensuring that people aren't left in the lurch come the end of August?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
What we have done since the beginning of this pandemic has been there for Canadians, has been investing and supporting Canadians who lost their jobs, who lost their paychecks, who are facing uncertainty. 8 million Canadians receiving the CERB, millions more on the wage subsidy. We will continue to be there to support Canadians through this pandemic. That is what this government is focused on, regardless of what the opposition seems to be focused on.
Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
Well, those millions of Canadians need to know that there's a plan at the end of August. I'm simply asking a direct question. What is that plan? Will the government improve EI to help all Canadians? Will the government extend CERB? People need to know. Will the Prime Minister answer the question?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
From the beginning, Mr. Speaker, we have welcomed the questions and proposals by opposition parties on improving the various programs we've put forward and have incorporated many of them. I can assure Canadians that we will continue to support them into this recovery. We will be there as we have in the past. We will be there for Canadians.
L'honorable député de Lévis-Lotbinière.
The honourable member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Thank you. Was the Prime Minister aware that the contract was signed with a shell company associated with WE that had no experience in charitable action? Mr. Speaker, as I have said, our goal has always been to help Canadians during this pandemic. The public service made a recommendation to us, and I accepted that recommendation. The honourable member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Mr. Speaker, was the Prime Minister aware that the only goal of this organization was to hold real estate? Mr. Speaker, as I said yesterday, we will always continue to ensure that Canadians have the resources they need. Clearly, my honourable colleagues have questions for the WE organization, and they should ask the organization. The honourable member. Seemingly by coincidence, the same day where the Prime Minister announced the volunteering grants, the WE organization presented the government with a plan to distribute that money, a plan for $900 million. Can the government confirm that that's true? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, we have shared multiple programs for Canadian youth to ensure that youth has the right resources that they need, and we are helping all Canadians, including students. The honourable member. Mr. Speaker, was this program prepared by the WE organization in close collaboration with the Prime Minister behind closed doors? The honourable minister. As I have already stated on multiple occasions, the public service gave us a recommendation. They did the work to ensure that there was a plan that would work for students during the pandemic, and we accepted their recommendation. The honourable member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Mr. Speaker, was the Prime Minister aware of the WE organization's financial problems? Yes or no? The honourable minister. Mr. Speaker, the public service negotiated this agreement with the WE organization. Thank you. The honourable member. Mr. Speaker, was the contract granted, or would the contract granted to the organization have settled a large portion of its debts to its creditors? The Honourable Minister. This agreement was negotiated with the organization, and as the members on the Finance Committee have asked us to appear before the committee, we did. We answered questions. The Honourable Member. Wasn't this grants program really a way of just doing a favor to the WE organization, which was having financial problems? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, the goal of the student grants program was always to create relationships between post-secondary students and organizations who, when these students want to help during the pandemic in their communities. The Honourable Member. What provision enabled the Prime Minister to avoid a public bid for tender for a contract of this size? The Honourable Member. Mr. Speaker, we are in a pandemic. All Canadians are affected by this pandemic. We have worked with the public service. The public service made a recommendation in regard to this project. The honourable member. Mr. Speaker, when did the WE organization contact the government or the Prime Minister to present their initial draft of this program? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Chair, members of the public service appeared at the Finance Committee to answer these questions. The Honourable Member. Mr. Chair, with all this scandal around the program, does the Prime Minister still think this is a relevant program? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Chair, we know that we need multiple programs during this pandemic. We need to help Canadians from coast to coast to coast, and we will continue to deliver for Canadians. The Honourable Member. Mr. Chair, will the public service take over the administration of this program? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Chair, as we all know, yesterday those questions were answered at the Committee of Finance, and we will continue to work for Canadians. The Honourable Member for Lévis-le-Binière. Mr. Chair, this story seems very suspicious. Why would the government give money to a front company? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Chair, we want the information to be available for Canadians, and we will continue to answer questions, and that's exactly why we appeared at the committee to answer these questions. We know that the public service is working very hard, and we will continue to work with them for Canadians.
Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I will be splitting my time with the member from Saskatoon-Grasswood. iwanttohelp.org is the platform set up for Canadians to be able to apply for the Canada Student Summer Grant. When Canadians apply on iwanttohelp.org, is their information kept on Canadian servers?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I actually want to thank the member for that question, because these are questions that were posed between my office and public servants to ensure that within the contribution agreement that we always maintain the health and safety and security of Canadians. As we know, the contribution agreement is proactively disclosed and will be available for all. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Battle River Crowfoot.
And I hope that answer will also include whether or not it was on government servers. With what the government is saying on WE, they have either a deeply flawed decision-making process for billion-dollar projects, or they routinely allow billion-dollar conflicts of interest to simply slip by. Either is troubling. To the Finance Minister, which is it?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we have been clear that our focus as a government is to deliver for Canadians during this very challenging time. I will remind the member that we do have an Ethics Commissioner. That Ethics Commissioner is doing his important work. We have agreed to ensure that the Ethics Commissioner receives all the information necessary.
The Honourable Member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you. Did the Minister ever discuss the WE deal with the Prime Minister?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, so at committee, when I was asked to appear, I was able to share the timeline of events that have taken place when it came to ensuring that this program could be delivered. The public
Member for Battle River Crowfoot.
With the Finance Minister?
Mr. Speaker,
the Honourable Minister.
So the public service made a recommendation. I accepted the recommendation. As has been noted, this was a conversation that took place at Cabinet at that point. Yes.
Member for Battle River Crowfoot.
I think it's unfortunate that the Liberal government and Liberal politicians seem to be quick to throw hard-working public servants under the bus. Mr. Speaker, I've heard from a number of farmers and certified seed growers in my constituency who are concerned about the prospect of what are called trailing seed royalties. Can the Minister of Agriculture commit to full producer consults on this issue?
The Honourable Minister.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Je veux...
Inaudible for the interpreter. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to assure my colleague that I am following this file closely. We are working closely with stakeholders and producers who are involved in this topic.
Going on to the Honourable Member for Saskatoon-Grasswood.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. According to recent reports, the Canadian Football League has sent the Heritage Minister a new request for $42.5 million relief package from the government. The money apparently is going to be used to cover player salaries and operating costs. Does the government intend on giving the Canadian Football League this money as requested by tomorrow?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We understand that for many Canadians, professional sport is a facet of their daily life, and we certainly respect that. Through Sport Canada, our government funds amateur and youth programs across the country. Sport Canada does not provide funding to for-profit independent leagues or those outside of Football Canada's mandate. We encourage organizations in need of assistance to talk to their financial institution and to see what options are available to them.
Member for Saskatoon-Grasswood.
So I take it then, Mr. Chair, the answer would be no to the Canadian Football League. The other question I have, earlier this month, the government granted exemptions to allow hundreds of foreign National Hockey League players to enter into Canada, specifically Toronto and Edmonton, as they want to participate in the upcoming NHL playoffs. Many of these players are coming, though, Mr. Chair, from countries far worse conditions than ours that pertains to COVID-19. What steps is the government taking to protect Canadians, especially in Toronto and Edmonton, that this does not cause further breakouts of COVID-19?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We know that Canadians are eager to see their favorite sports team return to play. PHAC has assessed the National Hockey League's plan for preseason training. When fully implemented, this plan offers robust measures to prevent new cases and spread of COVID-19 in Canada. The League has obtained a written commitment from both these cities and public health authorities to support the proposed measures. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Thornhill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'll be splitting my time with the member for Steveston, Richmond East. To the Minister of Immigration or Public Safety regarding the Auditor General's revelation of a 50,000 backlog of 50,000 individuals ordered removed from Canada, and the 35,000 of these individuals now missing across Canada. What is the plan to locate and prepare these missing 35,000 individuals ordered removed in the period post-COVID?
Minister.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And let me begin by thanking the Auditor General for her work on this report. We accept her findings and her recommendations, but let me also assure the member opposite, this wasn't a revelation. It's something we have been working on diligently over the past 5 years. Our government is committed to a robust and fair refugee system that provides protection to those who need it most, while always protecting the safety of Canadians and keeping our borders secure. Everyone ordered removed has been given due process once all legal avenues have been exhausted. Removals of inadmissible persons have continued to increase annually each year. And
the Honourable Member for Thornhill.
Well, that's certainly a sad commentary on what you've been doing for the past 5 years. To the Minister of Immigration, and I understand that the Minister's office has received hundreds, perhaps thousands of requests, some of them very emotional, regarding spousal and family reunification of non-Canadian partners and their adult children. The Facebook group called Advocacy for Family Reunification at Canadian Borders claims 3,000 members currently separated from their loved ones. Their application is delayed by COVID. I ask the Minister, where does that program fall within your governmental priorities?
I just want to interrupt a moment and remind the honourable members when they're placing questions or even answering to place them through the chair and not directly. I know it's kind of laid back in committee and we have a tendency to get chummy and friendly, but just remember to put it through the chair. The Honourable Minister.
I want to thank my honourable colleague for the question, and I would begin by emphasizing that we understand that this has been a very challenging and difficult time for families, and notwithstanding the challenges of COVID-19, my department has worked at it very diligently to find new innovative ways to reunite families. We also created an exemption at the border to help reunite families without in any way compromising the health and safety of Canadians, and we continue to work with all members to achieve that goal. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Steveston, Richmond East.
Well, Mr. Chair, international students enrich the learning experience at colleges and universities across Canada and schools, and help enrich Canadian society even further. They also contribute $22 billion annually to the economy, which supports 170,000 Canadian jobs. Given that the order in Council made March 26 does not apply to the holder of a valid student permit as defined in Section 2 of the Immigration and Refugee Protection Regulations, nor does it apply to a person whose application for a study permit was approved under the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act. Will the Government of Canada permit minor children enrolling in K-12 international programs in Canadian public schools and who are in possession of a valid study permit, including those issued after March 18th, 2020, to enter Canada to pursue their study?
The Honourable Minister.
Well, I'll begin by agreeing that the International Student Program is a tremendous economic driver, contributing over $21.6 billion every year to the Canadian GDP, and that's one of the reasons why, again, here we created an exemption at the border, but without in any way compromising the health and safety of Canadians as we continue to manage COVID-19. And a slight clarification to my honourable colleague, there are indeed exemptions which are currently in place, and we are looking very actively at continuing that in close coordination with provinces and territories and the designated learning institutions. Thank you.
Member for Steveston, Richmond East.
Mr. Chair, the Prime Minister has been on record saying that they chose We Charity to administer the Canada Student Service Grant because bureaucrats recommended them as the only organization capable of delivering such program. Since then, we have learned that this is an entirely false statement. In fact, it was a different charity called We Charity Foundation that was contracted, an organization only receiving charitable status 1 year prior to the contract date with zero track record, whose stated purpose was, quote, hold real estate, unquote. This is either gross negligence or blatant incompetence coming from a government that claims to fight for Canadians during a global pandemic. I would like to know which one of it is.
Good question. The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I would have to answer with neither. The public service worked to find the best possible delivery of this program to get students grants for their volunteer hours. The public service worked with the WE organization to develop this agreement. The work was done and negotiated at the official level. Exactly. Obviously, the program did not unfold as was intended, and the organization is no longer delivering the program. As was referred to his colleague prior to it, in regard to the work that the public service does, we're talking about the nonpartisan, very professional public service, delivering a vast number of programs that have helped millions of Canadians. I think it's important that we all acknowledge that it is an unprecedented time and everyone is working hard to deliver for Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Haldimand Norfolk.
Well, Mr. Speaker, thank you, and I'll be sharing my time today with the member for Red Deer Lacombe. Mr. Speaker, we know that COVID-19 is top of mind for all Canadians, but constituents in my riding need to have some help with some other health-related concerns. Currently, a loophole in the federal medical marijuana regulations is allowing large-scale grow-ops to emerge without any of the protocols to which the regular licensed marijuana producers are subject. Area residents are forced to deal with overwhelming smell, light pollution, safety risks, all with reports that these operations are fueling the black market. Will the minister please tell us what steps she's taking to close down this loophole?
Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I thank the member for her question. It is important that Canadians have confidence that we are properly regulating the marijuana industry, including producers of medical marijuana. I take that very seriously, and it is a priority for me. I will endeavor to look into the specific complaints and come back to her office with some resolution.
Member for Haldimand Norfolk.
Mr. Speaker, according to reports, the Liberal government failed to request up-to-date housing reports before approving migrant workers to come to Canada. Since then, we've seen outbreaks on farms that have put our food supply and the safety of the workers at risk. With COVID-19 on the rise, why didn't the minister request up-to-date housing reports?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the honourable member for the important question. Employers of temporary foreign workers have an important role to play in helping prevent the introduction and spread of COVID-19 pandemic. Temporary foreign workers entering Canada must comply with all public health requirements, including a mandatory 14-day quarantine. These rules are important for maintaining public health and safety. In addition, employers of temporary foreign workers are also responsible for their workplaces.
Member for Haldeman Norfolk, a very short question and hopefully a very short answer.
Well, Mr. Speaker, that didn't answer the last question. But businesses in my riding are already saying that the changes to the wage subsidy program have made it even more difficult to apply. I have one who's saying it's not worth it because the cost for the accountant would be greater than the potential benefit. So why is the government determined to leave small businesses struggling instead of making it simpler and easier for them to get ahead?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we recognize that it's very important for us to get the support needed for businesses that are struggling through this pandemic challenge. The broadening of the program, the wage subsidy program, the extension for a longer duration, we know is going to support businesses, and we're committed to ensuring that we help them calculate the support they'll get through this really challenging time. We think this is a very important.
The Honourable Member for Red Deer Lacombe.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Has the Liberal Party ever received any personal data of young Canadians from any of the WE entities?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, in regards to CSSG, we did ensure that we were collecting data to ensure that the most vulnerable populations would be able to participate. In regards to the specific question, I can ask and get back to him.
The Honourable Member for Red Deer Lacombe.
Mr. Chair, in the Finance Committee just moments ago, there were allegations that WE has transferred data to the Liberal Party of Canada, or when they were asked, they said, we refused to actually answer the question. So I'm going to ask specifically again, at any time, has WE or any of its entities ever sent data to the Liberal Party of Canada? Yes or no?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I would say that the premise of that question is entirely false. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Red Deer Lacombe.
Well, Mr. Chair, I'm actually referring to testimony that just happened at the Finance Committee, where it's been alleged by one of the witnesses that WE has transferred information, personal data of Canadians, to the Liberal Party of Canada. And when WE was asked about this question directly, they refused to answer, just like this government is refusing to answer. So can we have a clear answer? Can we shine some light on this issue? Yes or no, has the Liberal Party of Canada ever received the data of Canadians from WE?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I see that the interim leader of the official opposition is yelling at me. I will answer the question. Members of the Finance Committee have asked us to appear. At the first opportunity, I was there to answer those questions. Members of all parties passed a motion to ensure that the information was available. Officials have been appearing, and what we can hear from the member's question is that obviously those questions are being provided because we also want to ensure that Canadians receive this information. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well, Member for Red Deer Lacombe.
So it's either a yes or it's either a no. And the fact that they're refusing to actually give us a yes or a no means that the answer is obviously yes. So the question that I have for this government is, how much information has this government received from WE? And when did they receive it?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the member refers to allegations and then has a predetermined outcome, and that is the Conservative way. We on this side will stay focused on Canadians to ensure that they have the programs and resources they need. When members of the Finance Committee, members of all parties ask for us to appear, we have appeared because we respect the democratic institutions and our processes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll be splitting my time with the member for Abbotsford. Per Section 25 of the Investment Canada Act, has the minister notified Huawei of his intent to conduct a national security review of Huawei's announced prospective investment?
Well, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as a member opposite full well knows, with regards to any 5G deployment, anything that pertains to protecting Canadians, we will take the appropriate measures to make sure that we come forward with the appropriate decision that is in the best interest of Canadians.
Yes. Member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Per Section 25 of the Investment Canada Act, has the minister notified Huawei of his intent to conduct a national security review, yes or no?
Honourable Minister.
As the member opposite knows, all such transactions that are taking place in Canada are subject to a national security assessment, and we will make sure that continues going forward.
For Calgary Nose Hill.
On what precise date did the minister notify Huawei of the intention to conduct a national security review?
The Honourable Minister.
Again, I want to remind the honourable member, when it comes to the deployment of 5G or any transactions that are occurring in Canada that are subject to the Investment Canada Act, all the appropriate processes and procedures will be followed.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Nose Hill.
The reason I'm asking these questions, Mr. Speaker, is that the process I'm referring to only has a 45-day window to complete the national security review and provide a recommendation with regard to the project. Did the Prime Minister include the Limits and Other Period Act in Bill C-20 as a way to kick the Huawei decision down the road for another 6 months?
The Honourable Minister.
Speaker, the member opposite full well knows that we're engaging with the telecommunications sector, that we're working with our allies, that we're working with national security experts to make the appropriate decision on behalf of Canadians to make sure that their interest and that they are continually protected going forward, and that will always remain our priority.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Does the minister intend to use the Limits and Other Period Act provisions in Bill C-20 to kick the Huawei decision down the road for another 6 months?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we'll continue to do our due diligence when it comes to the deployment of 5G in Canada. We've been very clear that this is an important technology and it needs to be deployed in a very safe and secure manner, and that will guide our decision-making process.
The Honourable Member for Abbotsford.
Canadians want to know how deeply was the Prime Minister in bed with the We organization. We know the Prime Minister's family received hundreds of thousands of dollars in speaking fees, and of course he returned the favor by giving one of the charity's shell companies almost $1 billion to run a volunteer program. To the Prime Minister, has any member of his extended family ever been a principal or shareholder of or held an any financial interest in Me2We Social Enterprises, Inc., Me2We Asset Holding, Inc., Global Impact Funds, Inc., Me2We Foundation, or any other related corporations? Yes or no?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we have put out a suite of programs to deliver for Canadians, and we want to ensure that all Canadians, including students, have programs and resources available. When it comes to the CSSG, the nonpartisan, very professional public service made a recommendation. I accepted that recommendation. It appears that there is a new Conservative member that has questions for the organization, and I do believe that those questions should be directed to the organization so that they can talk about their practices. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Abbotsford.
No answer. After everything we've seen in the scandal, the government won't tell us to what degree the Prime Minister's family holds a financial interest in the tangled web of for-profit activities of the Kielburgers We charity. So I'll ask the question a little differently. Has anyone in the Prime Minister's extended family ever held a financial interest in or been a shareholder or partner in a for-profit venture or corporation involving Mark Kielburger, Craig Kielburger, or both? Yes or no?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, my focus and our government's focus has been on Canadians to ensure that they have the programs and resources that they need. Within our democratic institutions, we have offices of parliament that you report to provide a lot of this information to ensure that it is there. Yesterday, the clerk was at the Finance Committee, and he explained that before myself being the Minister of Youth, the Prime Minister was the Minister of Youth, and prior to that, he was a critic for youth, because when it comes to the youth of our country, they are not only the leaders of tomorrow, they are the leaders of today. We will represent them. We will ensure that they have the programs and services that they need. They will remain our focus. We will stay focused on Canadians while the Conservatives continue to try to divert and distract in whatever they're doing. We know that we're in the midst of a pandemic. We need to deliver for Canadians. That's what we're here to do. Thanks, Mr. Speaker.
We'll now take a short break, allowing our staff to make a change so that they can do so in a safe manner due to COVID-19. And we'll pass it on to the next speaker.
Order. The honourable member for Rivière-du-Nord. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. In the midst of a pandemic, at a time when we need our government the most and we need it to be efficient, the Liberal government has created a sponsorship program to help friends of the Trudeau family. This obviously bothers us. We're talking about student grants for volunteer work, but when we have to allocate this program, we gave it to an organization that has ties with the Trudeau family, that in recent years has paid almost $250,000 to his family for conferences. And we said that We Charity were the only ones who could do this program. But we've realized during committee meetings, day after day, that this is not true. There were many other organizations who could have done this. The public service could have done this. And the question I'm wondering, and I'd like to ask the minister to answer me, how come you did not tender this contract? The honourable minister. Chair, as I said, we had an idea for a program, to have another program to help students. And the public service made a recommendation. Yesterday, the member across heard testimony, and he answered that they did do their work and make recommendations. The committee asked about what programs we created.
0.16 million individuals. The CEWS has supported 3 million employees. Approximately 3.7 million families benefited for the CCB top-up of $300. 12 million individuals and families received the special...
The honourable member for Rivière-du-Nord. Why did you not tender this?
Notre fonction publique.
Our public service is professional and works really hard. They made a recommendation and they answered questions during the pandemic. There were the honourable member for Rivière-du-Nord. Why did you not tender this? I'd like an answer when I ask this question for the third time. The honourable minister, thank you. Because the public service made a recommendation saying that this organization could do this, and we answered many questions and we accepted their recommendation. They're saying anything. They said they didn't have the time in the beginning, that they would take too long to tender the bid, and they went with We Charity to do it. So what we heard in committee is that in the beginning of April, We Charity sent a unsolicited proposal for a program. It stayed there. And then on April 19th, Ms. Rachel, I can't remember her last name, Warnick, called Mr. Kilberger and said, could you not transfer this proposal to make an offer for a student grant program? And then 3 days later, Mr. Kilberger sent his proposal to Ottawa in 3 days. How come we didn't take the time to tender this bid? It might have taken 3 weeks, but it would have been better, and it would not have given the impression that we're sending taxpayer money to the friends of the Trudeau family. The honourable minister. Chair, the member across is mixing things up. He was there to hear the testimony at committee, and these tactics, I know the Conservatives like, but the Bloc now too, we're just trying to get work done.
The unsolicited proposal that came to my office was not the CSSG. I repeat, the unsolicited proposal that came to my office was not the CSSG. The organization has put it into the public forum. The member can look at the details. He should really, I would encourage him, let's say, focused on Canadians and Quebecers. There's a lot of needs out there. Let's keep delivering for Canadians. Thanks, Madam Speaker.
The member for Rivière-du-Nord. Chair, what I said, in the beginning of April, there was a proposal. But on April 19th, they called Mr. Kilberger, and then he sent his proposal in 3 days on April 22nd. I repeat my question. How come you did not tender this contract, the Honourable Minister?
John?
Chair, because the public service made a recommendation, and the information the member is sharing is because he was there at the Finance Committee, and they asked a question. They asked me to answer it. I was there. I gave many types of information. I'm a member for Rivière-du-Nord. Yesterday, the public service said they could have managed it. And if they had, the money would be on the ground and people would be working. So how come you did not proceed with a tender? Yes, you could have gone forward with the public service, and now you're helping members of the Trudeau family. We need an explanation. Doesn't make sense. Quickly, please. Madam Chair, our government is going to continue to help Canadians throughout this pandemic. We know that many people need help, including students. We've ensured programs and will be there for Canadians throughout this pandemic, and will always have been since we came to power.
For Charlottetown.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll be sharing my time with the member for Mississauga, Erin Mills. Madam Speaker, Prince Edward Island has a seasonal economy. The dominant sectors are farming, fishing, and tourism. Workers in these sectors produce world-class food and experiences that land on the plates and in the hearts of millions every year. They take pride in their work, and with good reason. In 2014, the Harper government made the political decision to divide Prince Edward Island into 2 employment insurance zones. As a result, seasonal workers in the Charlottetown zone have to find more work to receive less EI benefits than their fellow islanders in the other zone. This has unnecessarily pitted seasonal workers against one another and created a system that incentivizes dishonesty. After 7 years of advocating for change, a review of these EI zones has either never taken place or has taken place without any public input. Now, in the midst of a global pandemic, the seasonal workers are scrambling to rack up enough hours to qualify. If they fail, they will face a long and cold island winter with no income. Will the minister commit to helping these seasonal workers by reverting PEI to one zone and providing additional emergency supports? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Minister.
Madam Speaker, I want to take this opportunity to thank the Honourable Member for a really important question. Canadians expect and deserve an EI system that is responsive to their needs. That's why our government has reduced the waiting period from 2 weeks to 1 week for EI, expanded the working while on claim provisions, and made them permanent, and created new EI provisions for workers in seasonal industries. This includes a pilot project that provides up to 5 additional weeks of EI to eligible seasonal claimants, and we're committed to making this pilot project permanent. We are aware of the impact that COVID-19 has had on workers in seasonal industries, and that is why we improved access to the CERB by extending this benefit to include seasonal workers, so more Canadians can get the help that they need now. We're also aware of the impact that COVID-19 has had on some Canadians meeting the eligibility requirements for EI regular benefits, and we're evaluating various options to ensure Canadians, including those in seasonal industries, continue to have the supports that they need.
Member for Mississauga, Erin Mills.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this pandemic has amplified innovation for commerce, for social justice, for communicating with family and friends through the internet. We live in a world where the majority of Canadians rely on the internet for work, for social activity and entertainment. Canadians are spending more and more time online than ever. Unfortunately, the virtual space has also seen an amplification of criminal activity. Vulnerable populations are being exploited now more than ever, especially through crimes of human trafficking and child exploitation. The RCMP's National Child Exploitation Crime Centre has seen an increase in sexual exploitation cases online. Perpetrators are taking advantage of children who may have limited supervision. Child exploitation is on the rise, and human trafficking for sex and labour continues during this pandemic. Can the Minister of Public Safety and Emergency Preparedness please update this House on measures that this government is taking to make the virtual world safe for all children and combat exploitation and human trafficking? Thank you.
Minister.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for her unrelenting advocacy on behalf of the most vulnerable people in our population, including, of course, women and girls. And the issue that she raises of the sexual exploitation of children in particular is the most heinous of crimes, and it can leave survivors with long-lasting, lifelong-lasting consequences. In addition, we know that many people during the pandemic have become increasingly vulnerable, and as the member has indicated, both the RCMP and internationally, we are seeing an increase in online exploitation during the period of isolation imposed by COVID-19. Madam Speaker, I want to assure the member in this House we're making significant investments in the prevention by raising awareness of this serious issue and working to reduce the stigma associated with reporting. And at the same time, we're also providing the necessary resources to police to enhance the capacity of the Internet child exploitation units and to inform the work of prosecutors to bring these heinous criminals to justice. We've also joined with our Five Eyes partners in the adoption of voluntary principles, bringing in international cooperation to dealing with child exploitation. We are funding the National Human Trafficking Hotline, currently accessible by phone, text, or email 24/7 to connect survivors of human trafficking to services and the programs that they need. Madam Speaker, there is more that we need to do, and we will be addressing this through the development of a national strategy to deal with violence against women and girls in the coming weeks.
The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Madam Speaker, I will be splitting my time with the member for Vancouver Kingsway, please. Childcare is an essential in restarting our economy. Women have been the hardest hit by COVID-19, and they are the ones who will bear the greatest burden when it comes to child and family care. Any economic recovery must include a rigorous childcare plan. Will this government help women get back to work by committing to invest $2.5 billion in childcare this year?
Well, Minister.
Madam Speaker, I want to thank the honourable member, and I completely agree with her that we need to reinforce the childcare sector to enable parents, especially mothers, to go back to work. We are moving ahead with our bilateral agreements on early learning and childcare and transferring $400 million to provinces and territories. In addition to that, early learning and childcare assistance to the provinces and territories is part of our Safe Restart Agreement in the amount of $625 million. So just this fiscal year, over $1 billion to ELCC.
Honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
That's not $2.5 billion. Quality, affordable childcare was difficult to secure in Alberta even before the pandemic. Providing families with guaranteed, safe, standardized, and affordable childcare could dramatically help Albertans. Will the minister commit to an ongoing childcare program like the Canada Health Act that ensures quality, affordable childcare is available to all Canadians, no matter where they live?
Honourable Minister.
Madam Speaker, what I can commit to the honourable member is that on this side of the House, we will continue to be ambitious to build on our progress of creating 40,000 affordable childcare spaces. We are committed to creating an additional 250,000 before and after school spaces that are affordable for families. We're continuing our investments of $7.5 billion over the next decade in direct investments in early learning and childcare, the establishment of an early learning and childcare secretariat on a national level to share best practices and data to ensure that every single child has the best possible start.
The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona. Short question.
In Alberta, provincial support for childcare during the first 2 months of the pandemic was ranked as the worst in Canada. It is vital that all federal funds go to provinces, must go to creating affordable, universally accessible childcare. How can we make sure that Jason Kenney and the UCP will use federal dollars provided to create new, affordable childcare spaces?
Minister, very short answer.
In addition to our ambitious targets and our key funding supports for early learning and childcare with the provinces and territories, we also work together through the early learning and childcare agreements with provinces and territories, and we have a pan-Canadian framework that both us and the PTs have to abide by, and that is our assurance, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Madam Speaker, there is not one pandemic in Canada, there are two. The number of Canadians dying from opioids in our country is staggering and growing. Over 15,000 mothers, fathers, sons, and daughters have died in the last 4 years alone. And June saw the most opioid deaths in British Columbia's history. What is the Liberal plan to address the overdose pandemic ravaging our country?
Honourable Minister.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to share the members' complete devastation at the numbers coming out of BC of opioid overdose. Of course, we've known about this crisis for a very long time, and the Liberal government has taken strong steps over the last 4 or 5 years to ensure that communities and provinces have the tools that they need, including expansive harm reduction supports, including access to safe supply, including funding for not-for-profit and health-based organizations that are working with people who use substances. Madam Speaker, our government will ensure that we continue to make all tools available to provinces and territories as they work to support citizens.
The honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Well, Madam Speaker, it's not working. The cause of the opioid carnage is clear for all to see. A toxic street supply sold by criminals who don't care about poisoning Canadians. Public health officers, police chiefs, and now provincial premiers are calling on this government to do the right thing and act with logic, compassion, and courage to decriminalize drug use and medically regulate a safe supply. When is this government going to listen to the experts, respect the evidence, and treat addiction as a health issue, not a criminal one?
Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I would argue that that is exactly what this Liberal government has been doing for 5 years, working with experts, listening to experts, working with communities to make sure that things like safe supply, safer consumption sites, overdose prevention programs, access and increase to prescribe medication that supports substance use. And yes, looking at other ways besides enforcement to deal with problematic substance use. We know here on this side of the House that in fact this is a health issue and it is not an issue of criminality. Madam Speaker, will continue to work with provinces and territories to ensure they have all the tools they need to ensure they can save more lives.
Member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll be sharing my time with the Dean of our caucus, the member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke. I have a question from Daryl in my riding who runs a small business. And when he looked at the CEWS program, he noticed that the information provided on the website would make it more difficult and more complex in order for him to hire new people. Let me explain. It requires a company to have reporting periods. If he hires a person on the 15th day, then he doesn't get any of the monies from the 1st to the 14th day. That's usually not a problem. We don't want to pay a business when it's not hiring people. But it also means that if he hires someone after the middle of the reporting period, he also misses out on 2 weeks to support those wages. So my question is to the Finance Minister, will the changes in C20 address this issue?
Good question. The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, I want to thank the member for his question. I think we all share the goal of providing support for businesses so that they can employ more people as we move out of this crisis carefully and safely. The program, the way we've designed it, is allowing for an expansion of the number of businesses that can use the wage subsidy to get employees back to work and a lengthening of the time they can have it so they can actually have more confidence. We recognize that there is clearly a need to communicate this effectively. That's something we plan on doing with a calculator so that businesses can use that. And of course, we're going to continue to try to support businesses as they hire back employees in the future. And that's certainly our ongoing goal together.
For Calgary-Shepherd.
Darrell would say you don't need a calculator. You need basically a degree in quantum computing to understand what's inside Bill C-20 and how it changes the CEWS program. What I want to know in his specific situation, which is, by the way, Madam Speaker, on the website, it's number 22, the example 22 that's given. If you hire someone, and this could be perhaps you've done temporary layoffs, you've furloughed employees, you have employees on shifts, if they don't work for 2 weeks, their entire wage for the month for the 30-day reporting period is not eligible if you bring them back, which is a real pain for businesses which are trying to keep their operations going. So again, to the Finance Minister, do the changes in C-20 address this particular business issue?
Very short answer from the Honourable Minister.
Madam Speaker, again, we know from the work we've done that this will significantly expand the number of employers able to use the wage subsidy and significantly expand the number of employees that will be able to get back to work. We'll continue to work with employers to make sure that we understand how this can best be utilized by them.
The Honourable Member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Chair, would the Defence Minister table for this House a copy of the briefing notes he was given this January 2017 on the COVID outbreak?
The Honourable Minister.
Madam Speaker, as the crisis developed, we have monitored the progression of the outbreak in China. While we don't comment on the specific intelligence reports, I do receive regular briefings to ensure the safety and security of Canadians, as well as...
For Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Viral outbreak is not a secret, so why doesn't the minister redact what he must to protect sources and table the briefing notes in this chamber?
Well, Minister.
Madam Speaker, our government makes decisions based on sound intelligence, just like we did with the downing of the Ukrainian airliner, and we'll continue to do so to making sure that Canadians are safe.
The honourable member for Renfrew, Nipissing.
In his mandate letter, the government promised to be more transparent and respect Parliament, so what's he trying to cover up?
The honourable minister.
Madam Speaker, as a member opposite may not know, that I actually have regularly briefed my critic, actually all critics, as the many crises that we have dealt with since 2020, and I will continue to do so.
True, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Is the minister covering up the heads up he was given?
The honourable minister.
Madam Speaker, I can assure you that we make decisions based on sound intelligence, just like we did with the downing of the Ukrainian airliner, and we will continue to do so to keep Canadians safe. Thank you.
The honourable member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
What did the briefing say about human-to-human transmission of the virus?
The honourable minister.
Madam Speaker, as I stated, when it comes to specific intelligence reports, we don't comment on that. But one thing I can assure you, we make the decisions based on sound intelligence to making sure that Canadians are safe. Thank you.
The honourable member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Did the briefing indicate any concerns over China's transparency on human-to-human transmission?
Honourable minister. The honourable minister.
Madam Speaker, as I stated, we don't talk about intelligence reports for obvious reasons, but one thing I can assure you that we make decisions based on sound intelligence to making sure that we keep Canadians safe. And we've done so. We have many crises that we have dealt with since the start of...
Nipissing, Pembroke, very, very short question.
What was the sole source contract for the $24,990 with We Charity from the Public Health Agency during last year's election for?
The honourable minister, very short answer.
Madam Speaker, I believe that's the question that the member asked yesterday, and I stated in this House, we will get that information. We will make sure the member has the information.
Honourable member for Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'll be sharing my time with the member from Beauce. The list of questions grows about this Liberal government and its relationship with the We organization. And here's another one. In 2017, the Liberal government paid over $13,000 to the We organization to help secure the appearances of Canadian talent at We California that year. One of the speakers at the event was Canadian Lily Singh, who in 2015 called the Prime Minister her dashing Prime Minister on Facebook and proclaimed to have a hashtag man crush on Instagram. This begs the question, how many friends of the Prime Minister have been paid by taxpayers thanks to his government's relationship with the We organization?
Well, Minister.
Madam Speaker, these questions that are being posed, and I'm not sure where they're going, we'll make sure that that information is available. I was at committee. I said that we would make as much information available as possible. The clerk was there yesterday. He also committed to making that information available. But let's talk about Canadians. Let's talk about our Canadian friends. Since June 28th, 8.16 million individuals received the CERB. 3 million employees received the CEWS. 3.7 million families benefited from the CCB top-up of $300. 12 million individuals and families received a special one-time payment through the GST credit. Over 1.4 billion to over 6,000 students through the CESB. We will deliver for Canadians during this
time. For Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies.
The Minister, that was a question about We, not about what the government is supposedly doing. Airlines in the North provide critical services to remote flying communities, including supply food and providing access to health services. To help ensure these services continue uninterrupted, the Northern Air Transport Association has recommended that the government suspend federal excise and carbon taxes. Is the Minister of Finance considering this recommendation that would help alleviate the negative financial impact of the pandemic has on this vital industry?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, our government has been working with the Northern Air Transport Association and all airlines who supply the North with vital supplies, including medicines and food and people to go up there to provide essential services, and we will continue to do that.
Member for Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies.
The recently released Senate report on the federal government's COVID-19 response recommends that the government work with the territories to ensure that Northern Airlines have sufficient financial support and access to gateway routes. Can the Minister of Northern Affairs please outline what further action the government will be taking to protect this vital transportation network, given this recommendation?
Short answer from the Honourable Minister.
Yes, Madam Speaker, we've been working very closely with Northern airline organizations and with the territories. We've already provided $17.3 million to the 3 territories, and we were working on finding solutions for the ongoing need to resupply the North.
The Honourable Member for l'Honorable Député de la Beauce.
The Honourable Member for Beauce. Thank you, Madam Chair. My office is trying to help as many businesses in my riding as possible. But when it comes to immigration and temporary workers, the system is problematic. Labor market impact assessments take much too long to process. If I understand correctly, these applications used to go through the Department of Immigration, but now they must also be reviewed by the Employment Department. I know that baseball training camps have just been launched again, but ministers shouldn't start pitching the ball in all directions. Seriously, Madam Chair, how can the government explain these delays in application processing? And what are they going to do to fix this? Not just words, concrete actions.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I won't go into the matter of baseball, but I would say that we are working hard to ensure that there is a way to process temporary worker applications for certain industries, such as agriculture, where there's high demand, and for temporary foreign workers who have been affected by COVID and who are already in Canada. We are working hard to strengthen working conditions and to deal with documentation delays. The Honourable Member for Beauce. Madam Chair, my question is for the Minister of Agriculture. Producers in the supply managed sector have been waiting patiently for the compensation laid out in free trade agreements. The Liberal government included in its platform, as well as the mandate of the Minister of Agriculture, that these producers would be compensated for harmful negotiations on the international stage. Will there one day be a real payment plan to enable these producers to plan for the future and to be better positioned to help Canada's stagnant economy recover? I want a date. The Honourable Minister. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. You'll recall that we committed to $1.75 billion for milk producers after CETA and the TPP. Part of that money has already been sent, and the second part will be sent this year. And we are also very proud of the steps that have been taken with regard to the agreement with the United States.
Churchill River.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I will be splitting my time with my colleague from Yorkton Melville today. Madam Chair, does the Minister of Employment, Workforce Development and Disability Inclusion know how many jobs were denied across the country by the overprescribed Canada Summer Jobs Program in 2020?
Honourable Minister.
Madam Speaker, we are proud of the Canada Summer Jobs Program. We know its value to young people. We are making sure that more employers use it, and we know the value that it has for young people to obtain relevant experience to their future careers.
The Honourable Member for Denete, Mississippi, Churchill River.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Does the Minister know the overall monetary value of the jobs that were denied across the country in the Canada Summer Jobs Program in 2020?
Honourable Minister.
We have approved over 70,000 Canada Summer jobs for young people this year, and we are making sure that more employers take part in the program because we know the value that that program brings, not just to employers, but more importantly to the young people who take part in it.
The Honourable Member for Denete, Mississippi, Churchill River.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I can answer that question for my riding in northern Saskatchewan. Nearly $1.5 million was left on the table. That represents hundreds of job requests to hire students through the Canada Summer Jobs Program that were denied by this government. So instead of simply using a program already in place, that not only helps young Canadians, but is a lifeline for struggling community programs, small businesses, and not-for-profit organizations that do not hold investments in Toronto real estate, this government looked to politically benefit themselves. Think of all the jobs for these students that could have been created, the opportunity provided, and the value added to their communities if the government had simply used the existing Canada Summer Jobs process instead of creating a sole source contribution agreement that would have put more than $43 million into the pockets of the Prime Minister's friends. Madam Chair, can anyone on that side of the House explain to my constituents why this cabinet was prepared to pay students to volunteer at less than minimum wage, and yet the requests for the Canada Summer Jobs by the people of Does Nothing, Mississippi, Churchill River were either denied completely or substantially underfunded?
A short answer from the Minister.
Madam Speaker, there's a really long question from the member,
right.
but I would like to say that what is clear is that we have put out a suite of programs to respond to the very challenging and unprecedented time. And when it comes to the suite of programs for students, it's no exception. Exactly. And what we did with the student measures is ensure that they were stackable, recognizing that the expenses in the fall for post-secondary are high. Every step of the way since we've been responding to this pandemic, we have continued to listen and engage and course correct. The Canada Summer Jobs program that has become a success because of the changes that our government made was actually to encourage employers to hire students. And how we actually encourage students to hire students was by increasing the wages to 100%.
The Honourable Member for Yorkton Melville.
Thank you, Chair. On June 15th, I asked the Minister of Veterans Affairs if he was aware of the practice of red flagging veterans' files, and his response was, I am not aware. And yet, 2 weeks earlier, June 2nd, he signed a letter thanking veteran Shane Jones for emails that included ATIP information that confirmed he was having issues with VAC because of a red flag on his files. I'd like to ask again, is the Minister aware of the practice of red flagging veterans' files?
Minister.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and I appreciate my honourable colleague's question. The focus on Veterans Affairs is and always is the care, compassion and respect for veterans and their families. I obviously cannot speak about specific issues, but I would be happy to discuss very happy to discuss this with my honourable colleague at any time. Thank you, Madam.
The Honourable Member for Yorkton Melville.
We lost some time there. Are veterans informed when a flag is placed on their file?
The Honourable Minister.
Madam Chair, I did not hear the question.
Could you please repeat?
Are veterans informed when a flag is placed on their file?
The Honourable Minister.
Madam Chair, as I indicated quite clearly to my honourable colleague, it's not a place to discuss issues like this that concerns security. I would be very pleased to discuss this with my colleague at any time, but what we always have to focus on is the
for Yorkton.
Are veteran services and funding impacted by a flag on their file?
Well, Minister.
I apologize, Madam Chair, but I did not hear the question.
Can we stop the clock for a second? There is a problem, actually, when the member starts speaking, the mics light up, but the sound isn't yet on. So we have to give it a few seconds just for you to actually to be heard. I don't hear it as well here either. So if we just give it, I'm sorry, but it's not just a question of, it's 1 or 2 seconds. Just enough for the sound to be projected to the mics and that all of us can hear it. I'll ask the member to repeat the question and the Minister to answer it, please. And I haven't cut you any time.
Are veteran services and funding impacted by a flag on? But the light is on, ma'am. How am I to know when you can hear me?
Give it 1 second, too. Please, can you start the question again? There.
Are veteran services and funding impacted by a flag on their file?
Well, Minister.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And again, I can tell my honourable colleague that we always deal with veterans, their care, compassion, and full respect to make sure.
Member for Yorkton Melville.
Can a flag be removed?
Can you?
Yes, I indicated.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. My honourable colleague, I feel it's not the place to discuss this issue at all. I mean, we have to be careful and make sure that security...
Member for Yorkton Melville.
When cleared of wrongdoing, should a veteran have to hire a lawyer to have a flag removed?
Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And again, I would tell my honourable colleague that when issues of this need to be discussed clear of the House of Commons, what we want to do is make sure that we deliver care, compassion.
The honourable member for Calgary Skyview.
Madam Speaker, I'll be sharing my time with the member from Edmonton Manning. On April 22nd, the Prime Minister announced funding for the Canada Student Grant Program. On April 23rd, one day later, the grant was promised to the WE organization and his close personal friends. So we know it pays to be friends with members in this government. Contrast that with the promise Minister of Finance made to the oil and gas industry. It has been 99 days and still nothing. Where is the support?
Minister. The Honourable Minister.
Hello? That's not for me, is it?
No.
Madam Speaker,
The order. The Honourable Minister.
Madam Speaker, we have been clear that we recognize that the COVID-19 pandemic has impacted Canadians from coast to coast to coast. We know that all sectors have also been impacted, and our government has continuously worked with province, territories, and municipalities to respond to these very challenging needs, including within the natural resources sector. We will continue to deliver for Canadians. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Skyview.
Let me make it clear who the question is for. Minister of Finance, it's been nearly 100 days. It's not assistance if employers can't or won't be able to access programs. The oil and gas sector needed assistance before the pandemic. Things have only worsened. What do my constituents in Alberta need to do to get assistance?
Well, Minister. The Honourable Minister, you're on mute, Minister.
There we go. Madam Speaker, yesterday this House voted in favor of an expansion of the wage subsidy program, and these changes will expand essential supports going into December for a lot of hardworking Canadians in the energy sector included. And these changes, I think, will further assist the liquidity needs that will prevent further layoffs, and they will ensure that work continues to make sure that we support our energy workers regardless of where they are in this country, but particularly we know in Alberta, Saskatchewan, and Newfoundland and Labrador.
For Calgary Skyview.
To Minister of Environment, to make matters worse, the Liberals are saying projects have to reach net zero by 2050 in order to get approved. So as oil and gas begins, what will be a long and difficult recovery, the Liberals are once again causing uncertainty, shifting money and jobs to the other oil-producing nations. I will ask again, where is the support for this crucial industry?
The Honourable Minister.
I would agree with the honourable member about how crucial this industry is, but I would disagree on the premise that net zero makes us less competitive. I would say that if you talk to Cenovus and many other of the major players in the oil patch, as well as right across this country, they will argue with you that making sure that we adhere to net zero is, in fact, a competitive advantage.
The honourable member for Edmonton Manning.
Sole source contract for the reorganization have the government secure that the data for the students and teachers is secure and where that data is.
Minister.
Madam Speaker, it was a contribution agreement that was negotiated between the public service and the organization. And as the member knows, and I have testified at committee, contribution agreements are proactively disclosed and they will be available in the public forum. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Edmonton Manning.
Asking about the gender of the angels, I'm asking here a specific question. Is there an area in the contract where the data of Canadians is protected? Yes or no?
Honourable Minister.
Madam Speaker, once again, it is a contribution agreement. Officials that were at committee to testify were able to provide the differences between them. I would encourage the member to check out the testimony. And yes, we did.
For Edmonton Manning.
I would ask the minister to tell us in the contract between the government and that charity, that we charity, if the data of Canadians, of thousands of Canadian students and teachers, is protected. Yes or no?
The Honourable Minister.
Madam Speaker, I believe I've answered that. Part of my conversations and back and forth with officials was to ensure the health and safety and security of Canadians, and I would assume that those details are in the contribution agreement. We will remain focused on Canadians.
Manning.
Was the Prime Minister aware of the vast real estate investment or real estate holdings of the WE organization?
The Honourable Minister.
Once again, I would refer the member and all Canadians to the testimony of the clerk yesterday at Finance Committee. Members of all parties passed a motion to ensure this information was available. The clerk of the committee, as well as my deputy, has provided answers on the record for all to see. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Manning.
What will that answer be if the Minister can advise us?
Honourable Minister.
The answer will be publicly available and will remind everyone that it was a recommendation by the Public Service. The non-partisan and professional public service does their due diligence, and I'm confident that they did their work before making me a recommendation.
Member for Edmonton Manning.
Minister aware that the WE organization have zero experience in managing such contract of $900+ million.
Honourable Minister, very short answer.
Our public service is very hardworking and really well informed. They know when they are able and have the capacity to deliver programs and when we need to use a third party.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver Granville.
Thank you. As has been mentioned today, BC has tragically recorded 175 deaths related to drug overdose in the month of June. This opioid crisis is not new. This question is not new. Recently, many voices, including the Canadian Association of Chiefs of Police, Premier Horrigan, and Dr. Bonnie Henry, have been calling on this government to decriminalize simple possession of illicit drugs and introducing a healthcare approach that diverts people from the criminal justice system. When will this government act?
Well, Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And as the member opposite knows full well, this government has acted quite a bit to reduce the harms for people that use substances, starting with, by the way, reversing quite a bit of harmful policy put forward by the Harper government that criminalized people who use substances and made getting effective treatments, including harm reduction supports, even more difficult. We'll always stand up for a health-based approach to substance use, and I commit to continuing this work with provinces, territories, and municipalities to truly understand the full range of tools they wish to utilize to help ensure more people.
Honourable Member for Vancouver Granville.
While I can appreciate the efforts made by the government in terms of family reunification, not enough progress has been made on the exemptions to travel restrictions for family members. Can the government please present a clear timetable for when foreign national committed partners and adult children of Canadians, when they will be allowed to reunify with their families in Canada, all of whom willing to sign affidavits and quarantine for the necessary time?
Honourable Minister.
Well, I want to thank my honourable colleague for the question. As I said earlier, this has been indeed a very challenging time for families, and my department is working very diligently to find innovative ways to ensure that as many families as possible are reunited. We continue to work with members from all sides of this House to accomplish that objective. Thank you.
Well, Member for Vancouver Granville.
Thank you. I understand the government will be releasing a discussion paper and possible draft UNDRIP legislation mirroring Bill C-262. I trust the government is aware that fundamental to the Declaration's articles are the minimum standards for the survival, dignity, and well-being of Indigenous peoples. Accordingly, to demonstrate the government's intent in legislating UNDRIP into Canadian law, and given the unfolding situation in Haida Gwaii and the refusal of Queen Charlotte Fishing Lodge to respect the Council of the Haida Nations COVID-19 restrictions, I ask, does the government recognize and support the right of the nation, i.e. its jurisdiction, to protect their homeland and the safety of their people, and in particular, their elders?
Honourable Minister.
I thank the honourable member for her question and her work in this area prior to when she was minister, prior to my time as minister. Madam Speaker, it is in my mandate letter that we implement the declaration before the end of this calendar year. It remains a priority for me.
Once we have done that, Madam Speaker, we will be able to better address the kinds of questions that she is raising now. We feel that the declaration will help reframe the relationship between peoples in Canada in a positive way moving forward.
For Vancouver Granville.
Thank you. There's nothing more essential than good governance, especially in a crisis. Canadians want parliamentarians to work together in the spirit of nonpartisanship in order to support the government and this House to do what is needed to address the social and economic crisis caused by COVID-19. Yesterday, Bill C-20 is an example. That said, given recent controversies and in light of the Prop Committee report released yesterday and all of the other issues facing Canadians, will the government commit to reassess in terms of transparency and accountability and good governance and commit to bring full Parliament back in the fall?
The Honourable House Leader. The Honourable.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Je remercie. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her question. And we would like Parliament to reconvene in its normal form as quickly as possible, but until then we have to follow public health guidelines. If those guidelines say that not everyone can be here and that some MPs will appear virtually, I'm just wondering why the Conservatives don't agree with this idea, because this is the only way Parliament can sit in a hybrid format.
Madam Speaker, I'll be splitting my time with the member from Windsor West. As our economy starts to reopen, small businesses are forced to take on extra debt to help adapt to the new normal. In just 10 days, their rent is due again and they'll still need help. Although the CECRA has been extended, it hasn't been fixed. Just 12% of landlords have actually gotten rent relief for their commercial tenants. Will the government fix this mess of a program and let tenants apply for the CECRA so their businesses can survive?
Honourable Minister.
Madam Chair, we certainly recognize that there's important number of programs we put out, including the CECRA program to support small and large businesses. The CECRA program is increasing in terms of the firms that are using it. Of course, the thing that we've all agreed to yesterday, the expansion of the wage subsidy and the lengthening of that program will have an enormous and positive impact on businesses trying to hire back employees. We do see that all these programs have to be looked at together, and we do continually look at these programs.
Honourable Member for Courtenay-Alberni.
Madam Speaker, wage subsidies, more debt, and loans won't help businesses pay rent. Extensions of programs that business owners can't access certainly won't help pay rent. The Liberals keep saying they're here for small businesses, but they're not listening to what business owners are saying they need. Will the government allow tenants to apply directly for CECRA?
Well, Minister.
Madam Chair, we are in fact trying to listen both to members like the member's question here, as well as small and large businesses. This program has been elongated. We've added an additional month to it, which has provided more security. We have looked at how we can best deliver other supports to small and large businesses, including, yes, loans, including a concessional part of loans, as well as expanding the wage subsidy, which will have a very important impact. We'll continue to consider changes and improvements and appreciate the members' insights and ideas in that regard.
The Honourable Member for Windsor West.
Jeez. The federal government is responsible for foreign temporary workers, including farm workers. When COVID-19 pandemic risks became real, why did this government weaken safety standards?
The Honourable Minister.
Madam Speaker, we did not do that. I acknowledge the honourable member's concern for temporary foreign workers. We are concerned about that, and we hold employers.
Windsor West.
This government allowed farms to send in 3-year-old reports, suspended inspections, and only conducted audits remotely. Why?
Minister.
Madam Speaker, since the very beginning of this pandemic, we have taken a number of substantial and important steps to ensure that both Canada and employers could safely welcome temporary foreign workers.
The Honourable Member for Windsor West.
Which minister changed the policy?
Minister.
Madam Speaker, we will always be there for temporary foreign workers, and we value their contributions to our economy.
The honourable member for Windsor West.
32 COVID complaints to your department. Not a single one farm has been found in violation of the pandemic rules when Windsor Essex has over 300 workers quarantined in hotels. 5 are in ICU and some have died. If the farms were safe, why are workers now infected living in hotels and not living in the substandard housing that was approved by your department?
Honourable Minister.
Madam Speaker, we are a country that is dedicated to ensuring the safety and well-being of all workers, including temporary foreign workers. This includes working with provinces and territories to improve housing for foreign workers in Canada. We're committed to implementing additional measures that will protect the health and safety of all workers, including temporary foreign workers, helping to protect the food security of Canadians.
For Windsor West.
When the outbreak was devastating our long-term care homes, federal personal assistance was sent immediately. Why is the same not be done for these workers? Is it because they are from Mexico, Guatemala, St. Lucia, Jamaica, and Barbados? Why did the government take a knee on their public safety?
The Honourable Minister.
Madam Speaker, I reject the honourable member's assertion. We recognize that there is more to do to protect the temporary foreign workers in Canada, and we are committed to looking at additional steps in addition to the substantial number of steps that we have taken to ensure that both Canada and employers could safely welcome temporary foreign workers.
The honourable member for Laurentides-Labelle. Madam Speaker, thank you. I'll take these 5 minutes and pay particular attention to this one issue. Despite blame given twice by the Ethics Commissioner against the Prime Minister, what is happening? The Prime Minister keeps on doing what he did in the past. 3 strikes and you're out. So my question to you is this. Yesterday, I talked about judgment. I talked about my concern. And today, I would like to know whether the people around the Prime Minister and Cabinet actually realized what was going on. Did the penny finally drop? The Honourable Leader of the Government in the House. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I feel that the Bloc is lacking inspiration. In the past, they asked questions on nursing homes. They asked questions on the wage subsidy. We addressed those issues. They asked questions on seniors, on persons living with disabilities. We delivered and more than delivered on those issues. And I don't understand why she's asking that kind of question. The member for Laurentides-Labelle. Well, let me ask another question then. What is a conflict of interest? And let me continue. What is a conflict of interest? The Leader of the Government in the House. Madam Speaker, what we need to say with regard to the work of the Prime Minister, well, he's worked hard to support seniors, to support those who have lost their jobs, to support businesses with a wage subsidy program. The Prime Minister is delivering for Canadians. The member for Laurentides-Labelle. Madam Speaker, let's tell it like it is. When you're in government, and my constituents are asking me, how is it that if I'm on a board and I need to reveal any information which might reveal a conflict of interest, well, what if you are doling out taxpayers' money to the tune of $1 billion? So my question again is, what constitutes a conflict of interest? The Leader of the Government in the House. The government has always worked with officers of Parliament, including with the Ethics Commissioner. In this pandemic, we are focusing on what matters, on priorities. We are still in a pandemic, so we still need to support our families, children, seniors, everyone, and all of government is working hard to support Canadians. The member for Laurentides-Labelle. Well, that didn't answer my question. I have another one. Is Cabinet and all of government involved in this case of non-disclosure? And is all of government and Cabinet in violation of the Ethics Act? Madam Speaker, I think the member is engaging in conspiracy theories. We are focusing on the well-being of Canadians. We've implemented measures to protect the health and well-being of Canadians, to help those who've lost their jobs, who have had to stay home, to look after others, and we're not going to apologize for having worked in the interest of Canadians. The member for Laurentides-Labelle. Madam Speaker, let me say something. About an hour ago, I was at the Finance Committee, and a witness explained something, and now I understand what's going on. And yet we're not getting any answers. We're not shedding light on the issue. A witness before the committee said that the government was receiving personal information on Canadians, which it then turned around to use for partisan purposes to the benefit of the Liberal Party. This is a scandal. After the two violations committed by the Prime Minister, we now are dealing with a Liberal scandal, the Leader of the Government in the House. No. The Honourable Member for Laurentides-Labelle. Well, I would ask the government to shed light to the benefit of the 37 million Canadians and all Quebecers and all constituents. I invite the government to shed light on this matter. The answer was inaudible. We will take a short break to allow staff to rotate. Thank you.
Is he there?
I thought you were gone. I give up. It's all yours for the rest of the day.
Oh, God, no.
Is it going that well? I was watching parts on TV. I had it on the corner. Oops. Order. À l'ordre. We'll continue. The Honourable Member for Perth Wellington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll be splitting my time with the member from Edmonton-Wetaskiwin. Mr. Speaker, many families continue to be separated from their loved ones due to the necessary border closures. But while we continue to hear of foreign nationals finding loopholes to sneak across the borders, many family members are still separated from their loved ones. This includes Sarah Campbell from Stratford, whose British fiancé is unable to come to Canada. It was bad enough that they had to cancel their wedding, but now, after a recent diagnosis with thyroid cancer, her fiancé is unable to join her here in Canada. Her pleas to the Minister of Public Safety have been met with apathy. Will the minister commit to providing guidelines to allow for the entry of those in long-term relationships on compassionate grounds?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And frankly, I reject the suggestion that we have responded to these many issues with any apathy at all. We've worked diligently on them. Our first priority has to be the protection of the health and safety of Canadians. It's why we've implemented these very reasonable restrictions. But we have also worked very closely with individuals who are seeking to reunite with family members and to deal with in a compassionate way, always keeping in mind the safety and security and the health of Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Perth Wellington.
Mr. Speaker, when my constituent contacted the minister's office, his office told her that there was nothing he could do and she should instead contact my office. Now, Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to take over the running of his department, but until that time, will he do his job and ensure that those in compassionate situations are able to be reunited with their loved ones?
Honourable Minister.
Speaker, I wouldn't speculate on the member opposite's capability of doing this job or any other. But I will say, Mr. Speaker, my office has been working very, very diligently with people right across the country and with members of all sides of this House. MPs have contacted my office, and we've worked very closely with them, and we'll continue to do so. A lot depends, of course, on the way in which a member approaches my office.
Honourable Member for Perth Wellington, a very short question, please.
Mr. Speaker, the lack of compassion from the Minister of Public Safety is quite frankly galling. This individual has contacted his office, the Prime Minister's office, on multiple occasions and yet has failed to receive a response on this matter. We're talking about a young woman suffering with thyroid cancer, and this minister is showing no compassion to her British fiancé. Will the minister commit today to following up on compassionate grounds?
Honourable Minister.
What the minister will commit to is, as we have right from the outset, we are doing our very best to ensure that all Canadians are treated with care and compassion. We will never relent on our commitment to keep Canadians safe. That's why we've implemented these very sensible and reasonable restrictions on non-essential travel at the border. There are some exceptions, and we try to deal with them in every case in an exceptional way to deal with people with compassion, but we will not compromise the health and safety of Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton-Wetaskiwin.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's great to be here today. I heard you earlier reference the House as being very emotional and tense, and it's no wonder after I watched the last interaction and the one before that with the Bloc member and the House Leader, Liberal House Leader, where she raised legitimate concerns that we are all hearing from our constituents about this scandal and $1 billion of taxpayers' dollars that was not being managed appropriately. And it was written off as conspiracy theory, which would be interesting to certainly my constituents and Canadians across the country to know that their government views these legitimate concerns as conspiracy theory. I wonder if the Prime Minister would speak and tell the House whether he holds the same view he held as opposition leader in 2013 when he tweeted this tweet, retweet to call on the Prime Minister to testify on the PMO ethics scandal under oath. Does the Prime Minister hold the same view he held then?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, our government has been very clear when it comes to offices of Parliament. We will always comply with their offices. We know there's an ethics investigation taking place, and we have stated publicly that we have confidence that his office and he is able to do that work. When it comes to the Finance Committee, members of all parties passed a motion, and they actually asked for witnesses to appear. And I appeared at the first opportunity. So right when we received that motion, I did not hold back or find excuses. You know what I did? I worked with the committee to make sure I was available right away. They wanted officials to appear. We made sure officials were appearing. Yesterday, the Finance Committee met so that witnesses can appear. Today, the Finance Committee is meeting. These are public meetings so that Canadians can receive these answers. We take this matter very seriously, as we do the health and safety of Canadians. We will remain focused on Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton-Wetaskiwin.
We know that the Prime Minister remains focused on some Canadians, at least. Back in 2013, again, as the opposition leader, he tweeted, "Take a minute to raise the bar on openness and transparency." And when you clicked on that link, you went to a Liberal fundraising site where there were links to the Laurier Club and something called the Victory Fund. And on that page, he said, "Canadians know the difference between right and wrong. Now I want your ideas on how we can ensure that our representatives in Ottawa play by the same rules as everyone else. I'm wondering if someone on that side, perhaps the Prime Minister, can tell us whether anybody who doesn't donate to the Liberal Party has the same opportunity for input.
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, it's important that the record show that the Prime Minister, when he was in the opposition benches, sitting in the third-party benches, one of the first things he did as a Liberal Member of Parliament was bring forward proactive disclosure to this floor of the House of Commons. And what they also did was ensure, as a government, that we moved the dial to make sure information was open and transparent. Do you know who we had to bring kicking and screaming along the entire way, Mr. Speaker? It was the Conservatives. Right. So it's kind of interesting that they're having these questions today. Yes, programs and policies and legislation is in place. There are acts that are followed. We have offices of Parliament so that they can get to the bottom of this and get this information. We will ensure that we stay focused on Canadians, and any information that Canadians and members are looking for, we have been more than willing to provide. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Conformément à l'ordre
pursuant to order made on Tuesday, May 26th. Point of order.
Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Mr. Speaker, there's a serious problem with the sound system in here because I asked whether or not the Public Health Agency of Canada had why they put a contract out to weed during the election period, and the minister thought I said the Privy Council office, which was yesterday. So I ask that the sound system be corrected, bring back Parliament in its entirety, better yet, and dispel virtual voting.
I'll look into the sound system and see if there are any issues with sounding. I know it was breaking up for a while in translation, but part of it was debate, but I appreciate the input. Conformément à l'ordre adopté.
Pursuant to order made on Tuesday, May 26, 2020, it is my duty to interrupt the proceedings at this time. The committee will now consider motion number 9 under government business.
Before we begin the debate, I would like to remind the honourable members of how it will unfold. Les délibérations suivront.
Proceedings will follow provisions under the standing order that is applicable, and each member will have 10 minutes for debate, followed by 10 minutes for questions and comments.
Video via video conference. Who wish to ask a question or make a comment at the end of the speech may so indicate to the chair by using the raise hand feature on the video conference platform. However, members participating in the chamber may rise as they normally would. Le débat prendra fin après.
Debate will end after 2 hours and 20 minutes or when no further members request to speak.
Begin with the take note debate. The honourable member for Canada Carleton.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. This COVID-19 pandemic has changed how we live, how we work, how we interact with other people. And over the past 6 months, the pandemic has taken an especially heavy toll on Canadians who are members of vulnerable populations. We've learned that COVID mostly negatively impacts our most vulnerable, our seniors, people experiencing homelessness, Canadians with disabilities, racialized Canadians, persons who use substances, and persons with mental health challenges, along with those who work to support them. As restrictive public health measures are lifted and our economy reopens, we must remember that there are vulnerable people in our communities and also those who support them who will continue to need our help in order to stay healthy. Our government is responding to these needs through funding provided to the provinces and territories under the Safe Restart Agreement, which was just announced by the First Ministers on July 16th. The agreement is far-reaching in its intent and its scope. The $19 billion commitment will help provinces and territories who have had to respond to COVID-19 in unique ways and have already made major investments and will continue to do so in critical areas including health care and vulnerable populations. It includes funding over the next 6 to 8 months to support capacity in healthcare services, procurement of personal protective equipment, and support for Canadians facing challenges related to mental health, harmful substances, or homelessness. Funding will also support infection prevention and control measures to protect vulnerable populations, including residents at long-term care facilities and those requiring home care. This money will complement the Public Health Agency of Canada's ongoing efforts to provide guidance to healthcare providers, facility directors, and administrators on resident care within long-term care homes. Funding provided under the Safe Restart Agreement will also be used to support other vulnerable populations, such as homeless Canadians and those living in remote or isolated communities. The agreement is an example of the extraordinary federal-provincial territorial collaboration that has characterized our collective response to this pandemic. It's an indication of our deep and ongoing commitment to protect the health and safety of all Canadians. The Safe Restart Agreement is the latest in a series of actions that our government has taken to support vulnerable populations throughout this crisis. Access to support or to prevention programs by those fleeing family and gender-based violence has become more difficult in the context of community lockdowns and social distancing practices. In recognition of this, our government has announced new initiatives to help reduce the impacts of abuse and violence within vulnerable families. A $7.5 million investment has been made in the Kids Help Phone to help support mental health and crisis support for children and youth, in acknowledgement that without school, children may be particularly at risk. $50 million in new funding is also being provided through the Reaching Home program to women's shelters and sexual assault centres, including $26 million to women's shelters across Canada to distribute that money to shelters right across the country, $4 million to the Canadian Women's Foundation to distribute to sexual assault centres, and $10 million to support Indigenous Service Canada's existing network of 46 emergency shelters on reserve and in the Yukon. These measures will complement other economic and financial measures to assist vulnerable individuals and families through this crisis, including the enhancement of the Canada Child Benefit and support for the charitable sector. Our government also recognizes the significant and unique challenges faced by Black Canadians and other racialized populations during the COVID-19 pandemic. As the crisis has unfolded across the country, it has become clear that we need more information on certain groups at higher risk of exposure to COVID-19. As a key social determinant of health that can affect an individual's access and their willingness to seek medical care, racism is a public health issue. Canadians who before the pandemic were at greater risk of poor health owing to systemic discrimination are likely to be at greater risk of suffering COVID-19's direct and indirect consequences. Given this, the Public Health Agency of Canada and partners are undertaking a number of activities to improve Canada's knowledge on the impact of COVID-19 on racialized communities. Canada has just recently established a new national COVID-19 data set approved by Canada's Special Advisory Committee on COVID-19. This data set includes race or ethnicity as a key variable to be collected in the National COVID-19 Case Report Form, which is used by the provincial and territorial governments to report COVID-19 cases to the Public Health Agency of Canada. Until now, with the exception of a section for identifying and classifying cases as Indigenous, these variables were not collected. Thus, this new data set represents an important advance in Canada's ability to track the relationship between COVID-19 and race or ethnicity. However, it may take some time for all jurisdictions to be able to collect this data. The mental health impacts of systemic discrimination can also have negative implications for physical health. Our government is working to advance knowledge of the intersections between the mental and physical health of Black Canadians through the Promoting Health Equity, Mental Health of Black Canadians Fund. This fund is supporting projects that generate knowledge, capacity, and programs that promote mental health and address its determinants for Black Canadians. All funded projects are led by Black Canadian experts or organizations, and they're informed by the Mental Health of Black Canadians Working Group, comprised of experts in research, practice, and policy from diverse Black communities right across the country. Funding recipients have demonstrated great resiliency during the COVID-19 pandemic and are working to continue planned activities in the pandemic context. We also recognize that public health measures have taken their toll on the mental health of Canadians. Feelings of isolation, lack of access to usual support networks, and living in fear of the uncertainties caused by the pandemic. Targeted mental health initiatives such as this are in addition to the broader supports that have been developed to help Canadians stay healthy and informed during this difficult period. For example, the Wellness Together Canada portal was developed to link Canadians to mental health and substance use supports. As of July 10th, more than 283,000 Canadians have accessed the portal. Under COVID-19 and the Mental Health Initiative, the Canadian Institutes of Health Research has also launched, in partnership with 4 provincial research agencies, a funding opportunity to better understand mental health and/or including substance use of both individuals and communities due to the pandemic. In parallel with the COVID-19 pandemic, many communities continue to struggle with a second public health crisis, namely the devastating impact of substance abuse and the overdose crisis. The pandemic has exposed people who use drugs to additional barriers when it comes to accessing health and social services. While necessary, public health measures to reduce the spread of COVID-19 may sadly also have had unintended consequences, including increased toxicity of the illegal drug supply and reduction in the availability of life-saving services. We've made it easier for people to access the medications they need, such as those necessary for opioid agonist treatment like Suboxone and Methadone. Pharmacists now have the ability to extend and renew prescriptions. We are supporting community-based projects across a wide variety of topics, and we will continue to do whatever is needed to help and protect Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Fredericton.
I moved around. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank the member for that wonderful speech. You highlighted a lot of really critical pieces of how people have been dealing with COVID-19. You mentioned supports for shelters. You mentioned individuals, racialized minorities, mental health issues. You also mentioned federal and provincial and territorial collaboration. So on that note, there was one thing I noticed that might have been missing from that discussion. I wonder if you could speak about whether or not you believe safe, affordable housing is a right, and whether you support a rent freeze as families and individuals navigate COVID-19. Thank you.
I just want to remind the honourable members to place their questions through the chair. I'm sure they don't want my opinion. I'm sure they want the opinion of the person from who made the speech. The honourable member.
Thank you. And I'd like to thank the honourable member for her question. And I think we've done a good job actually working together, the federal level with the provincial level with the municipal level. And I want to see more. there are some issues that really demand that level of collaboration to solve. And the shortage of affordable housing is one of those issues. We're working on it. We've made tremendous progress, but we do acknowledge there is still more work to do. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
For her comments and for sharing those thoughts with us. I'd also like to acknowledge and thank the member through you for her service to this country as a veteran. And as such, I'd like to ask the member for her perspective as a veteran in this country, if she feels that $600 is sufficient to meet the needs of our most honored Canadians, our veterans that are living with disabilities.
The honourable member for Canada Carleton.
I thank the honourable member for her comments and her question. And I've worked really hard to try and improve the supports for veterans in this country. It's something, and we have seen improvements, but it's like many other things. There is still more work to do. And I think that in this case, getting some money out there quickly to people who really need it right away, I think that was absolutely key. But I also do believe that supports for the seriously disabled veterans, they do need to be improved. Thank you very much for the question.
In comments, questions et commentaires, l'honorable député de Saint.
The honourable for Saint-Jean. Thank you very much. I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech, which mentioned very specific issues, particularly in terms of prevention of hard drug use and mental health. And perhaps it would have been difficult to predict some of the outcomes of this crisis, but it's important to recognize the role that Quebec and the provinces have to play in these very specific issues, particularly in terms of social services and health. And in this context, I'd like to know, was it useful or legitimate to add conditions before transferring absolutely necessary funds to deal with these crises? Or should the government have not just transferred the money directly so that knowing that Quebec and the provinces could deal with these issues as best possible? The honourable member.
I'd like to thank the honourable member for her question. And it is a difficult issue. And as a federal government, trying to make sure that services and access to health treatments, mental health treatments, are fairly equal across the provinces. Like we don't want it so that in one province they're fully supported, in another province they're not. And I think that's what we're trying to do with this. We're trying to make sure that that level of support is kind of equal across the country, because some provinces will need more in childcare, will need more in mental health, will need more in addressing the opioid crisis than other provinces will. So we wanted to make sure that at least we had that baseline standard right across the country. And I think that was the reason behind that negotiation. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Ottawa West Nepean.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague and friend from Canada Carleton for a speech that really outlines what is happening and what we are doing for the most marginalized and most vulnerable here in our country. And we know that with COVID-19 and with this pandemic, it is laying bare those people who are most invisible, most voiceless, and those who are the most neglected in our society. And our government has been there to try to make sure that as we see those communities being those that are the first and the most impacted by COVID-19 are getting the help. I wonder if my colleague could tell us how some of the ways in which the government programs are helping those in her riding of Canada Carleton across Ottawa and of course across the country. Thank you.
Member for Canada Carleton.
I'd like to thank my honourable friend and colleague for that question. And I think we've worked really hard to address the issues that you brought up. And here in Ottawa, we try to work as an Ottawa team. And we kind of support each other and we help each other actually address the critical shortages we see. And here, working as a team means an issue that's of critical importance to me may not be exactly the same issue as in Vanier or Orleans, but we work together. And it's that idea of teamwork. It's the idea of finding a way to collaborate to make things better for Canadians, and that's what we're going to continue to do. Thank you.
Well, member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the member's speech. Now, it was just revealed in Finance Committee that the Minister of Finance took a free trip from the WE organization last summer. Now, I would note that it is not permissible to do sponsored travel while one is in cabinet. And the minister just paid back the expenses for that trip today, on the day that he was scheduled to testify before the Finance Committee. I'm wondering if the Liberal member across the way would have any comments about how she feels about such a blatant contravention of the rules with her Finance Minister.
Member for Canada Carleton.
I'd like to thank the honourable member for that question. I don't have an answer. I don't know the whole story. I mean, and I think it's very important that we actually be transparent, and that Canadians need to be able to trust in their government. No, please. I am trying to respond respectfully to the question. And I think we should be able to have these kind of difficult discussions without antagonizing each other. It's key. We know it's key. And I think that it's important for us to actually accept and talk about these things respectfully. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Hamilton Centre.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And it's been reported that this trip had a price tag of around $41,000. And I can't help but think, through you, Mr. Speaker, how many veterans that would have helped, how many people who are living in deep poverty that are disabled that would have helped. And we heard in the previous speaker's comments about trying to get money out the door as fast as they can. Mr. Speaker, this government had the opportunity to do that. Had they have applied CERB universally to all people who needed it during this time, without restraint, without delay, then we wouldn't be 4 months into this crisis with people needing it the most, still struggling to get by. So through you, Mr. Speaker, to the honourable member, if it is $40,000 on this trip, how does the honourable member feel about a minister taking a $40,000 trip at a time when people are struggling to get by and Liberals are patting themselves on the back for a $600 one-time donation to the most vulnerable Canadians?
The honourable member for Canada Carleton.
Thank you for the question. And, this was an unprecedented crisis, and it really demanded a response that was unique, that depended upon our agility and our ingenuity to make it happen. Is it perfect? No, it's not perfect. Nothing ever done in this ever is. But we have served, when you talk about CERB, it's somewhere between 8 and 9 million people. When you talk about the wage subsidy, it's another 3 million people. When you talk about getting GST credits out there, that's more people. And I think that was our aim, to help as many people as we possibly could through this crisis. Things will change because we're learning as we're going through this, but helping people was our first priority. Thank you.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, the honourable member for Thornhill.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to participate in this Take Note debate because there is so much of which to take note. First, Mr. Speaker, let me say it has been satisfying to see the members of this House proved by our attendance here under almost normal procedures and practices for debate and passage of Bill C-20 Monday and Tuesday to correct and to improve emergency funding for the wage subsidy program and one-time payments for persons with disabilities who were, like seniors and students, somewhat of an afterthought for the government in its COVID emergency funding programs. The Monday and Tuesday sittings, unlike this now outdated hybrid talking shop, proved that we can end the prolonged arrhythmia that has been imposed on the beating heart of our Canadian democracy by this Liberal government, which finds transparency and accountability inconvenient. As many, if not most, communities in Canada, certainly here in the National Capital Region, return slowly, with precautions, to normalcy, surely this place should do the same. And I hope, Mr. Speaker, we will have more members physically present for more days at a time and more committees meeting regularly in place with appropriate safety measures. I'd also like to take note, Mr. Speaker, of the exemplary service of my Hill and Thornhill constituency office staff during the lockdown. Michael, Judith, Brayton, Beverly, and Perry Ann, working largely from home to serve the range of extraordinary requests for assistance, assisting folks stranded abroad, employees and employers trying to navigate the ever-changing range of emergency funding programs, visa and passport issues, families divided by non-essential travel restrictions, the interruptions of wedding plans and funerals and university studies, the distribution of personal protective equipment, and the support for food banks. The lockdown caught us in the midst of relocating our constituency office from Clark and Yonge in Thornhill to Centre Street, just west of New Westminster, but we completed the move finally in June and are up and running, although not yet accepting visitors inside the office. The major limitation of normal services now involves passport renewal and visa support, awaiting the reopening of Service Canada and other agency offices. So, Mr. Speaker, absolute normalcy, whether in our ridings or here on the Hill, is still some time off. But as we encourage, as parliamentarians, employers to reopen and resuscitate dormant sectors of Canada's economy, so too we in the official opposition encourage the Liberal government to revive, as I've said, this place, the beating heart of our Canadian democracy. Now, the Liberals prefer government by news conference and sermons from the PM's cottage stoop, but it's time to get back to parliamentary basics, which brings me to another matter of which I want to take note. For decades, in power and out, the Liberals have advocated...
If I can just interrupt the honourable member for a moment. I understand we're having trouble with the... Okay, we're having... Is it working now?
It's working.
Okay, we seem to be having trouble with sound today, but I think we're back and running. I'll let the honourable member continue.
Would you like me to start from the beginning, Mr. Speaker? Can you tell me precisely where we lost sound?
That the honourable member continue from where he was at. I believe it was in one case in particular. I don't see it being a unanimous problem. So there was just one problem with one area. So hopefully we'll get that all fixed up. Thank you.
As saying, for decades in power and out, the Liberals have advocated replacement or reduction of many of our parliamentary practices and procedures. They regularly float the idea of a 4-day work week, no Fridays, and since the mid-1990s they've pushed for electronic voting in the House of Commons. They've said it would free members and ministers for travel and work outside the House. And now, under the guise of a health precaution in the time of COVID, the Liberals in the past couple of months have pushed in the Procedure and House Affairs Committee for major changes in the way government is done, including remote electronic voting. That would be permanent. Oh, they've claimed that remote voting is just a pandemic measure, but some Liberals have said, they're on the record, that they want to vote from afar so they can spend more time in their ridings. Others made it clear they're looking for a digital voting application that would effectively be permanent modernization. Though the majority on the House Procedure Committee recommended that various voting procedures be tested before being adopted, the Liberals have pushed ahead with their web ambitions, propped up by the Bloc and the NDP, ignoring what's going on in other legislatures in Canada and other democracies. At Westminster, the mother parliament, the House has adopted physical distancing to its regular voting process, applied attendance limits, authorized remote voting, then reverted to in-person voting, tried proxy voting, then returned to lobby-based voting. As well, all committees have been productive while experimenting with these various procedures. While our Canadian House has been dormant with neutered sessions like this, and a few days devoted to compressed sittings to pass and correct emergency funding legislation. During this time, Ontario's Legislative Assembly continued its spring session until today with a new voting procedure in lobbies. British Columbia's Legislative Assembly resumed June 22nd with hybrid sittings and is expected to sit until mid-August. Saskatchewan's Legislative Assembly sat with attendance limits and using a proxy voting procedure from mid-June until July the 3rd. Alberta's legislature will continue its spring session until tomorrow. The only provincial legislature without effective pandemic sittings, worth noting, is Nova Scotia's. It's the only one with a Liberal majority. Mr. Speaker, we may have had reason in March and April to suspend proceedings, but arguments for resumed sittings in May were valid, and those arguments are much stronger today. Our Conservative members on the House Procedure Committee were reassured by the House administration's analysis showing that 86 members plus the Speaker can be seated in this chamber in full compliance with physical distancing. And while members from distant ridings may have to adapt to multi-week blocks without the usual weekend flights home, this would be, as my colleagues on committee have observed, a trifling sacrifice compared to the hardships of Canada's earliest parliamentarians. So, safe, responsible, in-place voting is responsible. And you, Mr. Speaker, have offered 6 different voting methods, which each would be compliant with public health guidance. And our Conservative plan for safe, responsible House sittings would bring Canada's democracy out of its Liberal-induced coma and would have the government properly held accountable. Now, Mr. Speaker, the final matter of which I find worthy of taking note involves the Prime Minister's ethical failings which have infected others in his cabinet and caucus. When our Conservative government created the Office of the Ethics Commissioner, it was thought that the Commissioner's investigation of violations of the Conflict of Interest Act or Code by ministers or members required no major penalties, that naming and shaming of a minister or a member's ethical breaches would prevent further violations. Well, Mr. Speaker, as we have seen over the past 5 years, naming and shaming simply don't work with a shameless Prime Minister. We've had 2 major investigations of this Prime Minister which reported in findings of major conflict of interest violations. And Mr. Speaker, remember there are still loose ends to both Trudeau Report 1 and Trudeau Report 2. In the case of the first report, a federal court ordered the current lobbying commissioner to review the decision by her predecessor to not investigate the lobbyist in the matter of the Prime Minister's illegal vacation. That order, Mr. Speaker, is still pending, although it was suspended when the Prime Minister's office immediately appealed that federal court ruling. In the case of the second report of the SNC corruption scandal, the Ethics Commissioner concluded that while he gathered sufficient factual information to find the Prime Minister guilty of violating the Conflict of Interest Act in attempting to improperly influence his Attorney General directly and indirectly, but that he was unable to, quote, fully discharge his investigatory duties. There's also, Liberals often choose to forget the $100 fine imposed by the Commissioner on the Prime Minister for failing to report receiving a gift of expensive leather-wrapped sunglasses in 2017. Now there's the we to me, to he, to his scandal, which the Ethics Commissioner is now again investigating the Prime Minister, a scandal which has cast a long shadow on others in Cabinet and the PMO. Mr. Speaker, this scandal is another powerful reason, yet another powerful reason for the restoration of all of the practices and procedures of this House. Thank you for allowing me to take note.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Ottawa West Nepean.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my honourable colleague across, especially on talking about how we can safely try to resume our activities as parliamentarians, but also at the same time make sure that we're not becoming vectors for spreading the virus. And as an Ottawa MP, obviously, I am very concerned when it comes to members from 338 parts of the country coming by airplane to Ottawa, staying in possibly hotels and going to restaurants, and also the staff that are here, many of whom, the security and the pages and the clerks and the interpreters, many of whom live in my riding. They live here in Ottawa. They're taking public transit and they're getting possibly exposed. I, of course, love being here in this House. There is nothing that is more honorable and better than being here with other parliamentarians. But we are in a pandemic, and we have to be responsible. And I know that he talked about electronic voting. I would ask my honourable colleague if it might be something that we could consider, and I don't know if PROC has looked at this, to look at two separate standing orders. One set of standing orders that would be for normal times, and one when we're in a pandemic where we could very well become the vectors of infecting other Canadians by being too close together in this chamber, so that we don't raise the issue that he mentioned about having something that may be permanent that would replace the very important face-to-face that we have in normal times, but really create a set of rules that would allow us to keep us and our constituents safe. Thank you.
Member for Thornhill.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for a reasonable suggestion, which unfortunately in the House Procedure Committee was pushed aside by the Liberal members on that committee, supported by the Bloc and the NDP. Our issue with regards to remote voting, and it's not so much that we are against remote voting, but we have great concerns with the web-based system that Liberal members have been proposing since 1997. We have seen in other legislatures and in other democracies a video-based voting using the technology that we used here today in the hybrid House, which would be equally effective, certainly verifiable. We have security provisions with regards to who participates in the hybrid session. It is one of the 6 alternate voting procedures that our Speaker has honorably presented to the committee. But unfortunately, the Liberal members on PROC, again supported by the Bloc and the NDP, have bowled ahead with this vision of voting via smartphone, on an iPhone, which we simply in the Conservative Party find unacceptable. We also would wish, and we discussed this at PROC, that we followed the mother parliament in the United Kingdom, where a variety of approaches have been tried, voting electronically, voting video, voting in the lobby, safely distanced, one at a time, and also allowing, with regards to your point, and it's a good point about our far-flung members, some of them with underlying health problems or with families with underlying health problems, now that safe spacing is no longer allowed on our national airlines, there are considerations, and again, those alternates of video voting or by other means have been put forward and were discussed. So my basic issue, the official opposition's basic issue with the majority report, the Liberal, Bloc and NDP report from PROC, is that it didn't adequately consider or test other approaches.
Comments, questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Manicouagan.
The honourable member for Manicouagan. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his speech. I have a question. At the Bloc Québécois, we've been talking about the We Charity situation for several days. We would, of course, wish that the Prime Minister would step aside and allow the Deputy Prime Minister to focus all of her attention on COVID-19. As my colleague stated, the democratic traditions we have are disappearing during this time of COVID, when we should actually be working twice as hard to help Canadians. And yet we're seeing the PM getting stuck in a scandal, which reminds me a lot of the sponsorship scandal, and I just hope that's not the case. So I wonder if my colleague agrees that the Prime Minister should step aside temporarily so we can concentrate on what's really important for Quebecers and Canadians.
Honourable member for Thornhill.
Well, I thank my honourable colleague from Nanaquagan. Je voudrais remercier mon collègue.
And I would like to thank my colleague for her remarks.
And I think, Mr. Speaker, she's quite correct in remembering the Liberal abscam, the scandal, which led eventually to the fall of a previous Liberal government. And I think that we have just learned this afternoon that the Finance Minister has admitted to one of the most severe, one of the greatest violations of the Conflict of Interest Act as a minister accepting a sponsored vacation from the WE organization, of which we continue to learn every day even more concerning details. As I said in my remarks, yes, the Prime Minister has been guilty, appears to be guilty, and we will wait for several months. 7 months is the average time for an investigation by the Ethics Commissioner. It was somewhat longer in the Trudeau Report 1 because the Prime Minister found it inconvenient to meet with the then Ethics Commissioner, Mary Dawson, and that became close to a year-long investigation. But I would hope that the Prime Minister and his ministers and others in the Liberal caucus make themselves available soon so that we can resolve these issues. And certainly, while we have not taken an official position that the Prime Minister step aside, certainly his behavior and his performance over the last 5 years has proven him unfit to lead this country. And we would certainly urge those in his cabinet who are not also complicit in his violations of the Conflict of Interest Act, but his cabinet and caucus to take charge and to ensure that more due diligence is done with the treasure that this government is administering in emergency funding during the COVID pandemic. Certainly, the close to $1 billion in this particular scandal raises the question of how many of the other emergency programs might be found to have similar violations potential to be investigated.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Yorkton Melville.
Thank you, Speaker, and I really appreciated what my colleague had to say today. And I'd like to bring something to his attention that happened right here as I was asking questions. I was asking the Minister of Veterans Affairs in regards to a situation where I was asking him if he was aware that there were flags being placed on veterans' files. He said he was unaware and yet had sent a letter to a veteran explaining concerns about that. All of my questions were simple, quick yes-no answers. Was he aware? Are veterans informed when that happens? Are veterans' services and funding impacted when there's a flag on a file? Can a flag be removed? When it's clear that there was no wrongdoing, does a veteran have to hire a lawyer to get that flag off? All kinds of questions like this. The response from the minister was over and over again, this is not the place to discuss these issues, which I sense that attitude of our Prime Minister is permeating everywhere, that they don't want to have to respond to real, sincere, succinct questions that they are accountable for. So just wondering if you'd like to comment on that as well.
The honourable member for Thornhill, and I just want to remind the honourable members to place their questions through the chair, not to the chair. I'm sure nobody really cares about my opinion. I just want to make sure that we get the opinion of the person who is giving it. The honourable member for Thornhill.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I apologize. I do sometimes get carried away when it comes to the Prime Minister's ethical behavior or non-ethical behavior. But I would like to thank my colleague for her question. And we have known for some time that ministers answering in the House on important questions such as the questions that she asked in this hybrid parliament, but in general terms, and the excuse is always, this is question period, not answer period, that the answers are generally deflections or non-answers. I think that the sooner that we get more of the committees up and running in full operation with full attendance under normal parliamentary rules, we will get answers, revealing answers, which I think the Defence Minister would have had to or would have felt compelled to give in committee, as the Finance Minister revealed his very serious violation of the Conflict of Interest Act with his acceptance of sponsored travel this afternoon.
Reprise du débat, resuming debate, l'honorable député de Saint-Jean.
The honourable member for Saint-Jean. Thank you very much. Today, Mr. Chair, I'm going to return to the topic of the member statement that I made on Monday, but this time I have 10 minutes instead of 60 seconds, so I'll be able to say a bit more. The statement I made on Monday had to do with the delays in immigration, which were already very long before the beginning of the pandemic. And they're even more problematic now because they're having greater impacts on the lives of families who are far away from their loved ones and support as these delays occur. I'll discuss my professional experience, and you'll see why. Before becoming an MP, I had a short but busy career as a young lawyer, and I worked mainly on issues of international child kidnapping, which in this case has to do with parental kidnapping, where one of the parents decides without the consent of the other to take the child out of the country or not bring them back. Over the years, well, with my mentor, someone who had worked on this kind of thing for a long time, we noticed that there had been an increase in parental child kidnapping. And it's not because people kidnap their children more, but rather because with international mobility, as we've seen over the last decades, there are more binational couples. There are more and more couples where the two parents don't share nationality. That phenomenon is increasing. So that made me realize that if we don't consider the matter of these delays, things may only get worse in the years to come, because there will be more and more applications made to Immigration Canada. This needs to be dealt with at once. During my career, I worked with colleagues who were immigration lawyers who went from private practice to legal aid. I'll just say hello to them if they're listening to me right now. And when they made that choice, they couldn't keep all of their files, and I took on some of those, including sponsorship cases. And so I realized to what an extent there are delays, and there is an epidemic of red tape that is delaying these kinds of cases. And I'll give you some examples. When I was filling out these applications, I would generally take all the forms and make it and really clearly label them with little labels, put the pile into the right order, seal it into an envelope, and send it to Immigration Canada. Often when I got the file back, they would say, well, something's missing, and I would get it back. It would be all mixed up, and in fact, the document that they said was missing was there somewhere in the pile. And even though clearly just one person had handled it, the file came back all mixed up and confused. So I can't even imagine how bad it would be if multiple people had handled it. Another problem is that very often the checklist of the necessary documents, we would fill it out. The officer would look at it one by one, and the minute they found something missing, they would send back the entire file. We would add the missing document, send it back, and then the officer would continue to move through the list. The officer would find another missing document, send back the file. Meanwhile, one of the forms was no longer up to date. We would be asked to return the file again. Some of my clients were in France, it was easier to sign the documents. But when you're in Iran, it's a lot more complicated. I had a client who was a member of the military in the jungle in Central America, whose only means of communication was a satellite telephone. Getting that person to sign the documents was almost impossible. And that happened just because these officers at Immigration Canada weren't looking at the entire list. I raised that problem at committee because I think that officers should open the file as soon as they get it. Because very often there's a false impression that things are dealt with more quickly than they actually are. Because very often it's a year before the file is even opened. And then they say that it's much less than a year to process the file, but actually when you count the period before it was opened, it's much longer, and families are waiting a long time. It's the fact that these files are on paper is also a problem. Sometimes I've received files that wasn't mine. It wasn't supposed to be for me. It belonged to a client who I knew nothing of. Or I would get back the right file, but with the wrong documents in it. When visa offices closed, I heard a story where a visa office closed abroad, and when they closed up to move elsewhere, they found files that had fallen down in the file cabinet and gotten lost. It's really terrible with these paper files. These kinds of things happen. And now with the COVID crisis, some people haven't been able to telework because they haven't been able to get these paper files. And so things that had already been stagnating are taking even longer. We really need to correct the situation as quickly as possible. It was already a big problem before the crisis, and now it's even more of a problem. We need to change the way we do things. We need to digitize files. Another thing, there are a lot of things that can be done remotely. For example, the Department of Immigration and Citizenship has started holding citizenship ceremonies over a video conference. At the end of a sponsorship file, an interview is often necessary to learn more about the relationship. Well, why couldn't that also be done by video conference? And that would fix another problem that we've had for a long time, which is the situation we've been having with Cuba. With the office that closed in Havana, there can no longer be in-person interviews, so people are being asked to go either to Mexico City or Trinidad and Tobago in order to carry out their final interviews. Well, I think this would be a good time to fix that problem too by having that interview take place by video conference. That's been done for citizenship and citizenship ceremonies. As family lawyers, international lawyers, we have been familiar with Zoom for much longer, well before the crisis, because these international kidnapping cases often take place on tight deadlines. People can't always come to the courts, so we've been using Zoom, and if Quebec civil courts can do that, I don't see why IRCC can't. Now, Madam Chair, I would say that my current critics portfolio, critic for immigration, I don't want to take anything away from my colleagues' files, but I think it's one of the best files. It's one of the most human ones, but it's also heartbreaking. I've been receiving a great many comments on Facebook with people telling me how hard it is to go on without their family. For example, for young children at a time when they're developing, to live for an extended period of time without one of their parents and to be separated from our loved ones during the pandemic. It was hard before the pandemic, and it still is. It's even more difficult. The matter of processing timelines, I think this needs to be addressed collaboratively. I don't think this is a matter of political partisanship. I don't think we need to fight to stake out different positions. I don't think any of my colleagues is going to say processing times need to be longer. No. No, instead we need to take action. We need to collectively decide to make this a priority. We need to devote more resources to immigration files. That's something that I would like to see in the next budget, given that we still haven't got the one from March, but I think more money should be invested so we can fix the problem of processing delays. and backlogs that are already massive and are only going to increase in future. We need a system, an IT system that can fix this problem. And I haven't even touched on the topic of migrant workers, which has been a problem during the crisis. I haven't even discussed the matter of refugee claims, which has been an issue during the crisis. I haven't even discussed the matter of foreign students. I am launching an appeal here for us to make a collective effort so that we can improve all of the immigration processes so that in the case of a future crisis, people won't have to make heart-rending decisions, and so we don't have to choose between multiple different files that are all equally heartbreaking because we don't currently have the resources we need to correctly process them. I'm appealing to all of your compassion to improve our immigration system. Thank you, Madam Chair. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Drummond. Is that correct? No? The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille. I'd like to congratulate my dear colleague. Once again, she has made an eloquent speech. Here's my question. I heard her say that the backlog and the delays are extremely lengthy. We're living in a developed country. Are there any examples of situations where that improvement has already been made? And can you tell me more about that? Thank you.
Well, we don't have to look very far, Madam Speaker, for examples where countries turn things around. During the crisis in Haiti, Canada acted very quickly, and Canada decided to focus its efforts. And within 6 weeks, applications were approved. And there are other examples around the world. For example, work permits. In some cases, as soon as you get to the other country, you can start working. But in certain cases here in Canada, it took 16 months for a work permit to be approved. So there are plenty of examples. So if you want, you can. Clearly. Questions and comments? The member for Lac Saint-Louis. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I greatly appreciated the speech from my colleague. I'm not an immigration expert, and I learned a lot just by listening to her. And I learned about the inner workings of the department and procedures, and how some of these procedures seem to drag on and therefore make it longer to process an application. That said, I'd like to come back to the issue of family sponsorships. Now, this has always been a challenge for every government. So many parents want to come to Canada to unite with their families. Over the years, two approaches were taken. One was a lottery system, and that didn't really work. So then we implemented a system, first come, first served, online. But again, that system didn't work perfectly well either. So I'd like to ask my colleague, what would be the best solution to speeding up family reunifications? It's been a challenge for a long time now. The member for Saint-Jean. Thank you to my colleague for the question. I'm not an expert in immigration, but there are different types of sponsorships. If you want to sponsor a parent or grandparent to come to the country, well, there is a quota, which is why we have a lottery system. But this does not apply to the sponsorship of spouses. There is no limit in the numbers. If I were to make some recommendations, though, with regard to the sponsorship of parents and grandparents, as opposed to the sponsorship of spouses, in Quebec, there is no assessment of a person's financial means to sponsor a spouse, but it's not the same in other provinces. where you can't be on welfare to sponsor someone. In the case of parents and grandparents, you have to show you have enough financial means to support your parents and or grandparents for a certain period of time. But with the lottery system, I've noticed that everybody applies, but the applications were not validated. They're not validated to see if a sponsor has the financial means to bring a parent or grandparent over. And so some people who don't have the financial means to support the parents or grandparents to come over go through the application process but are eventually turned down. So I think they should be vetted earlier, and that would save a lot of time. And a lottery system is not necessarily a good thing because there are different systems throughout the world, and if you need to apply online, well, then it's not fair to people who live in countries where the internet is not readily available. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Drummond. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to congratulate my colleague for her speech. And in fact, I would ask my other colleague for Lac Saint-Louis to get together with the member for Saint-Jean to work on immigration issues. She is a very approachable person and very effective as well. Now, as with other colleagues in this House, in my riding, there are certain immigration cases which are dragging on. And really, this is heartbreaking because we're talking about the unification of families. And some of these cases, in one case, Madame Gaudreau, whose husband is Cuban, they have a child, she's been waiting for 10 years to bring her spouse to Drummond, and the delays there are unbelievable. There's another woman who has a child with her Cuban husband, and she'll occasionally travel to see him. But lately, this gentleman is not even able to receive a visitor's visa because the Canadian government is afraid that he might not go back to Cuba. Well, he has a child here, so clearly it makes sense for him to want to stay in Canada, to stay with his family. So the point I'm getting to, and my question for my colleague, is that it seems that the applicants and potential immigrants don't necessarily understand the system properly, and perhaps we should completely change the way applications are made and processed because based on what I'm hearing in my writing, this is very worrying. Thank you to my colleague. I really don't feel like I've been put under pressure at all. Now, with regard to sponsorships, where no visa is involved, during COVID, the people who are sponsored can come to unite with their families, but others cannot. So, in fact, COVID did not create this situation. It was already bad before. There's a suggestion was made to create a special visa for these people. I think the idea has merit. However, there might be some unintended consequences. Amongst these unintended consequences, the visas, I believe, should be issued after a security check is carried out and after verifying that a relationship is authentic and that the sponsor has the financial means to bring their spouse over. If all that can be done, why not solve the sponsorship of spouses that way? And once all the checks have been made, the coast should be clear to bring the person into Canada. However, if that kind of visa is created, I don't believe that the application for a sponsorship should stand in the way of the spouse, for instance, becoming a tourist visa, which would help the person integrate into society. However, this might cause delays in the processing of an application. The person might be here with their family, but if they're here on a tourist visa, this person cannot study, cannot work, and cannot access health care. And so this might be an obstacle to quickly processing these applications. And so I think that this approach would not necessarily be the right solution.
The Honourable Member for Victoria.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The member has been talking about the gaps in immigration, and my question relates to the ruling today from the federal court that the Safe Third Country Agreement, which allows Canada to send certain refugee claimants back to the United States, is unconstitutional. Justice Anne McDonald explicitly states that the U.S. is no longer a safe country for refugees to be sent back to from Canada, and that the court actually found people's fundamental rights are being violated and that Canada is not a passive participant in these actions. Does the member agree that the government needs to address this immediately and that they should not appeal this decision?
Honorable député de Saint-Jean.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean, 10 seconds. 10 seconds for such a big question. Well, I haven't read the decision because I was here in the House with you today. However, I'd like to remind my colleague that for a long time, the Bloc has called for a suspension of the Safe Third Country Agreement, that it not be suspended for that it be suspended for a few months or not applied again. I believe that we can come back to the matter once the government issues an official response.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to start my comments today by thanking the Government of Canada for bringing forward the legislation this week. I want to thank them for listening to and working with our leader, with myself and with the New Democrat Party. During this period of unprecedented upheaval and insecurity, it is vitally important that all parties, that all politicians, and indeed all Canadians work together to get through the COVID-19 pandemic. Because we know that it's only through our collective work that we can ensure that no one is left behind, that we can ensure that no one falls through the cracks, and that we can rebuild our country and our communities in the months and years ahead. There are great pieces in the most recent legislation, and I thank all parliamentarians for passing this bill. Nearly 2 million Canadians living with a disability will finally get support. Small businesses will have more protection under the wage subsidy program, and people who mistakenly accessed the CERB benefit won't have to worry about facing punitive actions. I also want to applaud the members of this House for their flexibility and accommodating spirit that has allowed us to continue the important work of democracy in the face of COVID-19. We have had to be creative and nimble in the face of a reality that has turned our collective ways of working on its head. Our normal way of doing things was impossible, and I think, all things considered, that we've done an admirable job of representing our constituents, working hard for Canadians, and ensuring our COVID-19 response was one that we could all be proud of. But let's not forget that we could have avoided so much stress and uncertainty over the past 4.5 months. We could have implemented a universal support system that ensured every Canadian was protected. That's what the NDP called for, and it would have gotten more help to more people faster. It would have meant that people living with disabilities would not have had to wait over 130 days to get support they desperately needed. It would have meant that students and recent graduates would not have had to bear the terrible burden of not knowing how they were going to afford to go to school in the fall. And let's be honest, it would have made the embarrassing spectacle that we're currently looking at with the government giving money to a certain foundation not have had to be done. It would have made life easier. It would have made it less stressful for workers, for families, and for seniors, and it certainly would have been a more elegant, simpler solution compared to the bit-by-bit, piece-by-piece rollout of support we've experienced. Now, I do want to talk a little bit about some of my concerns with the COVID response and some of the things that I think we need to continue to look at going forward. First of all, we heard for weeks on end from the Prime Minister that people living with disabilities would get the help they needed to get through this pandemic. And then, when the government finally did bring a motion forward, they managed to leave out the majority of Canadians living with disabilities. This government is very good at making promises. This government is very good at announcing solutions. The only problem appears to be in actually delivering on these promises. This week, the government has brought forward a new program to help people living with disabilities, but once again, it is not sufficient. It still leaves out many Canadians who need the support. Now, the NDP voted for this legislation because it means thousands more people in ridings like Edmonton, Strathcona will get the help they desperately need. But once again, too many people living with disabilities are being left out. This government must commit to working with the provinces to ensure that every Canadian who is living with a disability is protected and can live in dignity. Dignity is not negotiable. Dignity is a right of every Canadian, and people living with disabilities deserve no less. My riding is also home to hundreds of small independent businesses, restaurants, bars, creative shops, things that you won't find anywhere else in the world. These businesses are crucial to our local economy, and I'm worried that many of these shops that make Edmonton Strathcona feel like home are not going to exist in a few weeks. So many of these businesses, the salons, the tattoo shops, the dance studios, clothing stores, gift shops, that could have benefited from the Canadian Emergency Business Account Program, but they couldn't access those loans due to their business and employment structure. And when the changes came, they were too little and they were too late. The Commercial Rent Assistance Program has been a demoralizing experience for so many small business owners in my riding. Every day for the past 3 months, I have heard from people like Claire, who owns a wellness clinic. She's eligible for the CECRA program, but her landlord refuses to participate. Too many landlords like Claire's simply refuse to access the program as it took money out of their pockets. Commercial rent assistance is a critical piece of this puzzle, and if the assistance had gone directly to tenants and to businesses rather than to landlords, we could have saved thousands of small businesses. Now those businesses may be gone. Those business owners' dreams are over and their employees are looking for work. Within 2 days of the pandemic being declared, this government made tremendous efforts to ensure liquidity for our financial system, guarantee expert contracts, underwrite risk for very large businesses in Canada. And we should have used that same initiative to support our small businesses. And in my riding of Edmonton Strathcona, we are home to a number of universities, colleges, post-secondary institutions, and campuses. The University of Alberta is the largest, and it has a long, illustrious history of being a Canadian university we can all be proud of. It's in fact the university that I'm proud to call the university that I'm an alumni from, as many members in this House are. But the impacts of COVID-19 on universities and colleges in Alberta and across the country are dire. For example, the University of Alberta currently has an infrastructure deficit of over $1 billion. And with COVID-19 impacting tuition and revenue opportunities, our important post-secondary institutions are at risk. And let's not forget the students that attend these devastated institutions. Students and recent graduates need to get the support now. Actually, they needed to get the support in April. The group Don't Forget Students and the Canadian Federation of Students have been asking since April for the federal government to not forget Canada's millions of students and recent graduates left behind during this crisis. This group notes that the Canadian youth unemployment rate reached an all-time high of 29.4% in May. August is a few days away. Students can't afford to wait for more bungled programs that pay less than minimum wage. Let's find a way to ensure that students on the CESB get $2,000 a month, the bare minimum given to every other struggling person in Canada. And the Canadian Emergency Response Benefit, which has been a lifesaver for thousands of people in my riding, as I'm sure it has been for thousands in every riding across this country. I want to thank this government for creating the CERB and for working with the other parties to include more people in the CERB, but we still have people left out. Yesterday, I tabled a petition in this House calling on the government to allow people who voluntarily leave their employment due to COVID-19 health and safety concerns to access the CERB. Canadians have the right to refuse unsafe work. That's fundamental. But do Canadians really have the ability to refuse unsafe work? COVID-19 has changed our understanding of the workplace. In my province of Alberta, we saw devastating impacts of forcing workers to work in unsafe conditions. Hundreds of meatpackers became sick with COVID-19, and 3 people died as a result. Is this what Canada is about? Forcing people to choose between their health, the health of their families, and paying the bills. In March, Minister Morneau said that people who were uncomfortable with the safety of their workplaces could apply for CERB, but that's not the case. And in May, the Deputy Prime Minister responded to my question on this matter, saying that workers, quote, are not obliged to work in unsafe conditions, unquote. But we know that's not the case either. The Canadian Emergency Response Benefit should exist to help everyone. Like so many Canadians, I am excited about the future of our country. We have an opportunity right now to restart. We have an opportunity to build back better, to create a Canada where all Canadians have support and the opportunities they need to thrive. A more equal Canada, a more just Canada that doesn't privilege corporate interests and big business, but instead protects workers and their families, that taxes the ultra-wealthy, and doesn't allow our corporations to share wealth or hide wealth in tax havens and offshore accounts. Let's build a Canada that finally respects our Indigenous people and commits to UNDRIP and to true, meaningful reconciliation. Let's build a Canada that recognizes the racism our racialized brothers and sisters face every day in this country and do what needs to be done to finally fix the systematic, institutionalized structural violence in our country. Let's build a Canada that takes climate change seriously.
It's time for questions and comments. I thank the member for Edmonton Strathcona. The honourable member for the honourable parliamentary secretary.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I'd also like to thank my honourable colleague from Edmonton Strathcona, with whom we just spent 2 days on the subcommittee on international human rights as well, doing some incredibly important work on the Uyghurs. And I want to thank her for her speech, where she very much talks, I can see her commitment to her constituents and to making sure that people who are falling through the cracks are getting the supports they need. And I would just like to ask my honourable colleague, in the process, as we've been dealing with what is an unprecedented pandemic, I know that members of Parliament from all parties, through a phone call that was done every day at 4:30, through the questions here in this House and directly, have been bringing forward the ways in which programs need to be adjusted. Obviously, they're going out very quickly. Things that normally would spend 2 or 3 years, we would have advisory groups, we would have stakeholder consultations and policy analysis. Really, it's been MPs who have been having to do that as the programs are already rolled out to get them to Canadians quickly. If my colleague could just comment on some of the cross-party cooperation and the ways in which individual MPs have been able to really contribute to that process. Thank you.
Honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
I'd like to thank the member for her question. And I do feel like we have done a really great job of trying to do the best we can. But I will say one thing. I think that there was a simpler, as I said earlier, simpler, more elegant solution, and that was a universal benefit that was available for all people that needed it. That could have been rolled out very fast, and I understand this is incredibly unprecedented times. This is incredibly challenging as we go forward, but the solution was clear. The solution isn't supposed to be about how we can keep people from getting help. The solution is supposed to be how we can get more people help and faster. So that I think is what we really would have liked to see. But I do agree with the member that working together and you know, we've seen parties from across the floor, from all around this, from all throughout the House, do what they can to help their constituents. And I firmly believe that members of Parliament in the House of Commons of Canada have worked as hard as they can for the people of Canada during this COVID-19 pandemic and should be proud of their efforts.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Fredericton, and I will recognize you after.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I very much enjoyed the speech from the member of Edmonton Strathcona. I always do, so I appreciate her work and her efforts. And you mentioned, and you've been discussing a very important aspect, which is universal basic income and how that could have come to the rescue of so many more Canadians. Why do you think this government is resistant to that idea? I'm just curious to see what your opinion would be on that. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
I'm sorry, Madam Speaker, I'll wait for you to acknowledge me. I would like to thank the member very much for that question. it is curious to me because it does seem like there was a very simple solution that was proposed and not accepted. My only thinking is that perhaps the end goal actually was to limit who was able to access the benefits for COVID-19, to limit who was able to benefit from these programs. And I think, unfortunately, that's very, very sad. It's very disappointing because we know that when this pandemic hit, within only a couple weeks, people weren't able to buy their groceries. People weren't able to pay their rent. People weren't able to pay their employees. And yet, you know, the inequality in our country meant that we also have people making billions and billions of dollars. And so that, to me, was this real catch, is that we don't necessarily need to protect big business. We don't need to protect the very, very wealthy. We need to protect the workers. We need to protect Canadians. We need to protect the families in our communities.
Member for Hamilton Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to first acknowledge and just state on the record here today how proud I am to serve alongside the honourable member from Edmonton Strathcona, who's been a complete, passionate and courageous defender of her constituents and, of course, of human rights right across the whole country. And in her speech and her remarks, she covered people living with disabilities. Don't forget the students, CFS, the workers. But she was cut a little bit short, and so I'm wondering if she'd like to take a moment and just reflect on any areas from her statement which may have been left out, because I believe that she was doing a great job capturing how we can build back better here in Canada.
The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
I would like to thank my colleague and right back at him. I also feel very honored that I get to work with such a leader in our community. And thank you for the opportunity to talk a little bit more of some of those things that I didn't get to say. What I wanted to also include in my final statement was that I want to be part of a government that builds back a Canada that takes climate change seriously by creating a diversified, strong economy that protects workers and their families, while creating a climate for our children and grandchildren. Everyone, we're at a critical moment in our history. We have seen what a parliament that cares for and listens to its people can do in a crisis. But we shouldn't need there to be a crisis to act. Over the coming months, over the coming years, we have an opportunity to build a better Canada, a Canada where everyone can live in dignity, a fair and just Canada. And I am here to do this work with you, for my constituents in Edmonton Strathcona, for people in Alberta, and for all the people in Canada. Thank you.
Yes, questions? The honourable member for York Milton.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I appreciate the heart that you're truly expressing here today. And you're talking about building back better. That is a term that's being used extensively now in the House. Is it in regards to the suggestions for how we move forward as an economy, beginning with the corporate knights?
The member to speak through me to your colleague. Thank you.
To repeat that, I couldn't hear over.
Sorry, I overcame. Please do repeat it.
Through the Speaker, I'm just wondering if this term building back better, I've heard it used extensively within the Corporate Knights organization that is working on how our economy will come out of the COVID crisis. Just wondering if that's your reference.
Honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
So unfortunately, no, that was not where that came from. In fact, we've been working within the NDP to sort of develop what our strategy would look like for a new and better Canada. But I also would like to just take that moment, because I acknowledge what the member has said, that this is something we have heard from a number of different areas. And one area that I'm particularly passionate about, and I know the minister is here with me today, is in terms of our obligations around the world. And when we build back better, I think one of the things that we may want to consider is how we can support people around the world, and how Canada can take a stronger role in the world, making sure that as we go forward, we recognize that until COVID is addressed all around the world, COVID will be addressed nowhere in the world. And so what we need to see is a strong commitment to 1% of COVID spending going to our efforts overseas. And I know that I work very closely with other members of the House in asking for this.
Questions come. The honourable member, London Frenchway. Yes.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I too am really so proud to be able to work with the member for Edmonton Strathcona. She's an amazing representative. And I know that, not necessarily in her speech, but certainly earlier on today in this House, and as we've worked together, we've talked a lot about childcare. And I've heard repeatedly as the or the NDP critic for women and gender equality, that we aren't going to restart this economy until we have a meaningful, universal, publicly funded system of national childcare. So if she could comment on some of the programs that are unfolding, some of the asks that experts in that field have asked for in the last few days.
Incredibly important question, and the work that she has done on this file has been phenomenal. We know there can be no recovery without a childcare strategy. We cannot go back and leave women behind as we have an economic recovery from COVID-19. The NDP is asking, and many other groups have asked, for $2.5 billion to be put into a strategy for childcare for this year. We are asking that because we need to make sure that when our economy opens up, that women can participate fully, that they can be in their workplace and not be bearing those undue burdens of childcare. I'm a mother. I have 2 children. They're awesome, and I can tell you that childcare is something that we all need to be looking at. And it's very important to me that we look at it as a childcare act. So it is not something that we allow the provinces to run themselves, but that we actually have strings attached. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Defence.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It is a pleasure to be here today to speak about our government's response during the COVID-19 pandemic and how we're working to support the economy reopening, including the steps we took right here this week to move forward with a redesigned Canada Emergency Wage Subsidy.
It is clear that the COVID-19 pandemic has caused serious challenges that we face, and this is an unprecedented crisis. Our government has worked tirelessly to protect jobs and to stabilize our economy, to ensure that our companies can prepare for better days, and that workers and families who depend on these jobs can thrive in these uncertain times.
A rapid and substantial COVID-19 economic response plan that is supporting Canadians and Canadian businesses and working hard to leave no one behind. We did this to ensure that Canada is well positioned to recover as public health conditions allow. Since March, the government has been taking actions through the COVID-19 economic response plan to support Canadians and their families through this very difficult time. The economic response plan is providing broad-based support that is keeping our economy stable and protecting jobs. Madam Speaker, Canada's COVID-19 economic response plan includes more than $230 billion in measures to protect the health and safety of Canadians and provide direct support to Canadian workers and businesses. And, including liquidity support through tax and customs duty deferrals, this represents nearly 14% of Canada's GDP, making Canada's plan one of the most generous response plans in the world. The supports that our government has put in place are making sure that Canadians can pay their mortgages or their rent, can put food on the table, can fill prescriptions. It helps our workplaces remain in business during this time of incredible uncertainty. Last week, the Prime Minister announced the Safe Restart Agreement, supported by over $19 billion in federal investments, to help the provinces and territories restart the economy over the months ahead, while making Canada more resilient to possible future waves of the virus. We have already made major funding announcements and will continue to do so in areas including healthcare, childcare, and municipal services. A pillar of our government's support has been the Canada Emergency Wage Subsidy. The Canada Emergency Wage Subsidy provides qualified employers with a subsidy on remuneration paid to employees. The CEWS protects jobs by helping businesses keep employees on the payroll and encourages employers to rehire the workers that were previously laid off. To date, this program has supported nearly 3 million workers. Madam Speaker, bold and ambitious programs like the Canada Emergency Wage Subsidy are one of the key reasons that Canada has stayed strong through this crisis. Measures like this one have been crucial to preventing worse outcomes. With this support, without this support, millions might have lost their jobs. Businesses would have lost workers. The important connection between an employer and employee would have been severed, leaving our businesses in a worse off position and slow to recover, and leaving Canadians with uncertainty about whether, as things improve, they would have jobs to go back to. Throughout this crisis, our government has actively monitored the situation, remained ready to adjust programs to meet the evolving needs of this unprecedented crisis, and that includes input from all 338 members of Parliament in this House. In support of this objective, yesterday, this House voted in favour of Bill C-20, which would see a redesign of the Canada Emergency Wage Subsidy. The redesign takes into account the valuable perspective gained through our government's recent consultations with business leaders and labour representatives on how this program can best serve the needs of employers and employees as the economy restarts. Bill C-20 would extend the program beyond our originally announced extension to August 29th, now extending it to November 21st, 2020, with the intent that this will provide further support right into December. This bill will also make the wage subsidy more accessible by making the base subsidy available to all eligible employers that are experiencing a decline in revenues, no matter how much. And this is something that I heard from a number of businesses in my riding, especially as they're beginning to open up and some businesses are starting to have revenue again. We need to make this more flexible. By removing the 30% revenue decline threshold, we'll also be able to support businesses that have been receiving the subsidy as they're returning to growth. Our government recognizes that this virus is still with us and that economic recovery will be a gradual process. We want to make sure that no employer feels the need to choose between getting the support that they need and returning to growth. With this bill, we are also proposing to introduce a top-up subsidy for the most adversely affected employers. This will help make the Canada Emergency Wage Subsidy more responsive, with those who have had the largest declines getting more support and those who are recovering having gradual decreases as business picks up. By reducing disincentives to create jobs and increase revenues over the summer and into the fall, the redesign of the Canada Emergency Wage Subsidy will support a strong restart for Canadians and employers. Madam Speaker, I would also like to speak about other measures that we have put into place to provide support to Canadians during this unprecedented pandemic. The Canada Emergency Response Benefit, the CERB. It has been a crucial lifeline for millions of Canadian families. More than 8 million Canadians have applied for this support. It has made sure that in the face of a historic emergency, Canadians had the money for essentials. I know in my own constituency, there were Canadians who weren't able to go and buy healthy, nutritious food for their children because they had lost all sources of income. And the fact that we were able to make this more flexible as we went along so that people who were making less than $1,000, who really couldn't make ends meet, were able to get the benefit is also a testament to the hard work of the members of this House. We've also put in place a number of other measures to help families during this challenging time. Families received a special Canada Child Benefit top-up payment of $300 per child in May. And I want to take a moment to remind families that beginning July 20th, which is this week, we are increasing the CCB once again, as we do every year. We've also supported 12 million low and modest income families through a special payment through the Goods and Services GST tax credit. The average additional benefit was close to $400 for single individuals and close to $600 for couples, which helped a number of families in the initial stages to be able to deal with the emergency and the extra costs that they had because of this pandemic. The COVID-19 crisis has left many homeowners in Canada without a job or with reduced hours, wondering how they're going to pay their mortgage. Homeowners facing financial stress have been eligible for a mortgage payment deferral of up to 6 months to be able to release the financial burden. And with this bill, we are proposing to support an estimated 1.7 million Canadians with disabilities through a one-time tax-free payment of $600 to assist with the additional expenses that they are facing through this pandemic. And I want to thank all members for having worked so hard to make sure that that is happening. Madam Speaker, the government continues to assess the impact of COVID-19. As we have said since the start of this crisis, we stand ready to take additional actions if necessary.
This week, this House took measures to ensure that Canadians will receive support quickly, and this means that our economy will restart efficiently.
We will get through this. Together, by working with provinces, with municipalities, by working across all parties, we are able to help Canadians through the crisis. And as the crisis eventually and gradually dissipates, we will be in a better position to rebound and to build a stronger country. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Yorkton Milton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I will speak through you to the member. There are a couple of areas here that my constituents have talked to me about in large numbers that she has not commented on today. Number one, they are very thankful, and this providing help for Canadians because their economy was shut down has been crucial. There's no question about that, but they are incredibly aware that it will need to be paid back. And that although they're receiving the help now, that help means that at some future date, they are going to be on the ground paying the taxes, paying the expenses to return us to a healthier environment. So that's the first thing that I would mention. The second thing is, the other question that I get asked a great deal is, why did the government not respond sooner when we know today again it's been revealed that not the finance minister, I'm sorry, I'm getting very tired. Our Canadian Forces Intelligence Command informed this government on January 17th that we were facing a crisis. And the government group didn't even meet until 10 days later to begin to respond. What would have happened is what I'm asked, if our borders had been closed immediately and international travel had been shut down, would we be facing the circumstances that we're facing today?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, thank you. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for both of those questions. I think on the issue of paying back, we have taken on these programs as a government so that individual families don't face the crushing kinds of debts that they would have faced if they didn't have these programs. So those families that are getting the CERB, that are getting the wage subsidy, would have had to dig into their credit cards and borrow significant amounts just to be able to make ends meet. And I think that this is something that is incredibly important. And we all know as a country that these are unprecedented times. But we went into this crisis with a very strong economy. And our primary goal right now is making sure that that connection between the worker and the employer, that those jobs are going to be there as the health crisis improves, that our economy can improve significantly as well. And responding to her other question, The Canadian Armed Forces receive regular intelligence briefings about any threat that could affect either the Canadian Forces or Canadians. These are shared as they need to be. Obviously, we can't comment on specific individual intelligence briefings, but these are all shared. These are things that we act on, and I'm very proud that we have incredibly good intelligence and we have very good information, and that it is shared as a whole of government, and that this is one of the things we're able to do to keep Canadians safe. Thank you.
Question, the
honourable member for Lac-Saint-Jean. My colleague talked a lot about the wage subsidy. I'd like to hear what she has to say about other suggestions that the Bloc made to help companies, for example, SMEs, who don't necessarily have a high number of employees. And sometimes these people are owners of their buildings and they don't have access to rent support. What do they think of the Bloc's suggestion of creating a program for fixed costs for companies? Thank you very much. I'd like to thank the member for her question. It's a very important question because in my riding, there are companies that call me all the time to make adjustments to the wage subsidy program, but there are other programs in place.
Loans that we are providing to businesses, the $40,000 loans, of which $10,000 is able to be given back to the business. We've made liquidity very available in our economy. We have worked with the provinces on the commercial rent subsidy. It hasn't worked as well necessarily as we wanted it to, but we are still working with provinces to make sure that that is working. And I think that the most important thing is that we have been listening. We have been working very closely with parliamentary colleagues on all sides of the House, as we've seen that these programs have adapted and changed over time. And of course, we remain open to all ideas from all members of this House. Thank you.
The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank the member for her comments and the tireless work she does for her constituents in Ottawa. I have a quick question for her. As much as we have seen the CERB help so many Canadians across the country, of course, I would have preferred more of a universal system. But when will we know what the government's plan is going forward with regards to the CERB program? You know, August is when it is set to expire, and I just wanted to know if we will expect our constituents to wait until the very last minute to find out what that looks like, or if we'll be able to hear sooner what the plans are to continue the CERB to help those people who have not been able to recover yet from COVID-19.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much to my colleague for that question. And we know that this pandemic is unpredictable. We know that things have, when we left this place in March, many of us thought we'd be back in 3 or 4 weeks. And we have to make sure that our programs are adapting, that we're listening to Canadians. I can assure Canadians that we are not going to leave people in the lurch. We are not going to leave people who have no possibility of finding employment and can't even buy groceries. I reassure Canadians of that. We also know that things could improve more quickly or less quickly than we anticipate. And as the health crisis starts to hopefully improve, we have to be cognizant of a potential second wave. We also want to make sure people want to go back to work. I know many families, I believe truly that if businesses are able to open up, people want to be contributing. And we have to make sure that that is a possibility as well. But I think we've seen throughout this crisis that as people were suffering, and there was a tremendous amount of suffering, the government has been here every step of the way, listening to all members and responding and making sure that Canadians have the supports that they need. And I assure the member that we will all be fighting hard for our constituents to make sure that they continue to have the supports that they need as we rebuild our economy. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Fredericton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I thank the Honourable colleague for her speech tonight and the answers to her questions. I just wanted to mention, our Chamber of Commerce in Fredericton, we held a webinar with our Minister of Economic Development, and she mentioned kind of the process of dealing with COVID-19 as far as stopping the bleeding, sewing up the wound, and then healing. I feel like we've done a pretty good job of stopping the bleeding. We've got incredible programs in place now. We've made some tweaks and some improvements, which would be what I would call sewing up those wounds. What does the member believe would be the best way to support this next stage of healing that Canadians are looking for? Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, thank you very much. I thank my honourable colleague for an incredibly important question, and one that almost every Canadian now is starting to ask ourselves. And that is precisely why we have the wage subsidy. I think that the purpose of the wage subsidy is to make sure that as things can restart, and the changes that we made with Bill C-20 are specifically to make sure that as businesses are starting to be able to reopen, maybe not fully, but they're starting to be able to reopen, that connection between the worker and the employer is kept, and that those businesses can gradually...
Order. The Honourable Member for Barrie Innsfield, please, would you respect the member speaking? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As I was saying, I think what is important as we go forward, and we have to remember 3 million people are benefiting from the wage subsidy, and as we go forward, that flexibility to be able to keep people on the payroll and open as possible while considering public health, while considering that, as we know, we don't know how this pandemic is going to evolve. This gives us, the businesses, the flexibility to be able to keep people on the payroll and help us start back our economy strongly once the health crisis is immediately removed. Thank you.
Then comments, the Honourable Member for Dorval.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague for her very eloquent speech in detailing what our government has been doing and will continue to do regarding COVID-19. One of the very important things we all have to keep in mind is that what we are doing as a government, what is happening here is this is a work in progress. And as things continue to evolve, continue to change regarding COVID-19, we must adapt as well as a government. And there are no automatic solutions. So I'd like to just quickly ask my colleague from yesterday's Bill C-20 if she can tell us how this will further help Canadians and what we'll be doing in the future. Thank you so much.
Brief answer from the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my honourable colleague. This is exactly why we have the flexibility built into Bill C-20, where the 30% drop in revenue requirement has been removed so that businesses can have that kind of flexibility to rebuild. And I know in my riding specifically, we have companies that are already opening because of that, and they're going to have the flexibility to continue getting supports gradually as we restore.
Thank you. I believe the Right Honourable Prime Minister is going to rise on a point of order.
Madam Speaker, earlier today, the Leader of the Official Opposition asked me about an unsolicited proposal regarding social entrepreneurship sent by the WE organization to officials on April 9th. As I said, to the best of my knowledge, the proposal was not sent to my office by WE. But to ensure absolute clarity, let me add that through regular policy processes, the proposal was passed on to my office a couple of weeks later. As you know, that proposal was ultimately rejected. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Resuming debate. And we now have the Honourable Member, for Saskatoon Grasswood.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a delight to rise today and add my thoughts to this Take Note debate. I want to take the opportunity, though, Madam Speaker, to speak to the importance of something that has been lacking in the government's response to COVID, and that is transparency and accountability, which I think we just saw in the House of Commons a few seconds ago. I'll also be addressing how critical it is that Parliament be sitting to oversee the response of this pandemic. And I think we've seen this week, we can, as all sides of this chamber, agree to sit for the first time in years, maybe even history, that we sit in summer. And we can have a great discussion on the disability bill, C-20, that we talked about here in this place Monday and Tuesday. Parliament was granted the special spending powers to the government so that they could get the emergency support that Canadian workers and many businesses in a fashion that was quick and responsive. And it was very well when it was, I can remember the day here in the chamber. It was March 13th, a Friday, when we rose, we didn't know when we'd be back, and then all of a sudden, 3 days later, the Prime Minister told everyone to come home. And it was Monday, and it was March 16th. Opposition parties, I think, have worked with the government to come to an agreement that is crucially important, particularly considering how difficult it was at a time to hold the proper sittings here in the House of Commons. What Parliament did not consent to was a process to avoid transparency and accountability at every turn. The government has done everything it can to avoid some of the questions from the opposition members, even debate and some scrutiny. Jobs were lost in the millions in this country. Businesses were shutting down. The economy was shrinking at an unprecedented rate. We've never seen that since the Second World War. And the projected deficit has ballooned to nearly $350 billion. So why did it take the government until this month, July, nearly 4 months, to give us any information at all on the state of the economy and its budget? If we follow the pattern of behavior of this government, it is clearly easy to know that they are a voting parliament and its functions as an institution of accountability. I do remember the day the finance minister stood up and told everyone we had a deficit of $343 million. It was unheard of. People were phoning my office in Saskatoon, Grasswood. They were stunned. That number was jolting. And plus, we now have a deficit over $1 trillion in this country. Unaffordable for 37 million Canadians that live here. Now, I'm not saying the significant levels of spending were not necessary, Madam Chair. I don't think anyone in this chamber would even say that. However, there is no good reason that the government could not be providing significantly more detail to Parliament about where the money is being allocated and what the money is for. In fact, I would argue that it is the bare minimum that should be expected out of this Liberal government. What is greatly concerning to me, Madam Speaker, is that we have seen what happens when the Prime Minister thinks he has free rein to spend money wherever and however he wants, and he gives it to his friends. We have seen that with the WE scandal. We just talked about it here in the House. It's exactly the reason that the government needs to be making itself available in the proper House of Commons. When the Prime Minister thought he could allocate funding wherever he wished, a sole-sourced contract worth over $900 million to an organization with no real experience at all managing that kind of massive program. Why was it? Well, we don't know. The Prime Minister has been dodging or ignoring some of the questions from the opposition for over a week now. So let's review what we do know about this. First, the Prime Minister's wife is actively involved in WE. Second, the Prime Minister's mother and brother have received close to a combined total of $300,000 in speaking fees from the organization. I have asked twice in the House, Monday and Tuesday, about the Prime Minister's mother receiving fees July 2nd of 2017, an event that was funded by the Government of Canada through the Heritage Department, $1.18 million to the WE organization. Third, the Finance Minister has two immediately family members involved in WE. And we know in the past hour, the Finance Minister has wrote a check to $41,000 for illegal travel benefits from the organization of WE, following the two family trips that he took in 2017. He repaid the money today just as he was set to testify in the Finance Committee today. Months later, when he took the trip in 2017, today, 2020 in July, he finally fessed up and wrote the check for $41 million. I think Canadians want a new finance minister. From today, certainly, that is what Canadians are talking about. $41,000 later, he confessed to the WE charity. Fourth, the Prime Minister nor the Finance Minister, as we know now, Madam Chair, they never recused themselves from the discussions around Cabinet about granting WE this $912 million contract. And fifth and last, the sole source contract without any competitive progress whatsoever. So what they say, Madam Chair, it looks like a duck, I guess it quacks like a duck, and it is a duck, as we saw today from the Finance Minister at the Finance Committee here in the House of Commons. On top of that, the Prime Minister and the Cabinet, as you well know, have had a long history of this kind of behavior. Since the current government came to power in October of 2015, it has been scandal after scandal after scandal. This isn't the first time that either the Prime Minister or even the Finance Minister or other members of his cabinet have been under investigation for violations of the Conflict of Interest Act. 2017 investigation on the Prime Minister himself, his vacation to the Millionaire Island with a registered lobbyist, which found that he violated 4 provisions of the Conflict of Interest Act. That finding made him the first Prime Minister in the history of this country, over 150 years, to have been found to violate the Conflict of Interest Act, the first ever in 150 plus years. There was also the scandal in 2017 surrounding the Finance Minister's private company that he owns, a villa in France, which somehow he forgot about. And then 2 years later, he did not report that to the Ethics Commissioner. Of course, there was also the clam scam scandal involving now the President of the Privy Council, and there's many, many more. Then, of course, who can forget about SNC-Lavalin, that big scandal that was in the House of Commons, when the Prime Minister improperly pressured the former Attorney General into advancing the interests of the private company rather than the public interest. This scandal led to numerous resignations from across the government. Some very good cabinet people leading the Liberal government were forced to sit over on this side as opposition members. Beyond my count, 5 different cases where the Prime Minister or even his cabinet was found guilty of breaking at least one clause in our ethics law. And we found out today we have another one, with the Finance Minister admitting to the We charity he did take $41,000 in benefits writing the check out today. Former Ethics Commissioner Mary Dawson told CBC last week she thinks it would be difficult for her successor not to find that the Prime Minister convened Section 21. She even said that the Prime Minister has a blind spot when it comes to ethics. I would add to that, so does the Finance Minister. So how can Parliament, let alone Canadians from coast to coast, continue to trust that the Prime Minister will be acting in the country's best interest and handling the unprecedented powers given to him? What does the government do when this issue is raised at committee? We saw, Madam Chair, that the Prime Minister ignores calls to appear, and Liberal MPs filibustered in the committee so they can cover up the leader's tracks. These are some of the questions that Parliament needs answers for. And unfortunately, we only had 2 days here to open Parliament on Monday and Tuesday. We had a lot of questions. Some of the answers, I should say, Madam Chair, came this afternoon in the Finance Committee with that stunning revelation by the Finance Minister of Canada. Thank you.
Comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member. Yes, Hamilton Manning, yes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I cannot be more congratulating and thankful also to my honourable colleague here for a speech that is well delivered and very thoughtful notes there. With the scandal that we're examining today, with all the testimony, with the the latest of the $41,000 that the Minister of Finance have accepted, I believe in 2017 from this organization. Wouldn't you think that someone in the capacity of a Minister of Finance and the Prime Minister of Canada, wouldn't they look to see what's happening if they do this, if they have a family ties, if they're getting pay money from an organization that is benefiting from the government, from the taxpayers, from the public funds, basically? Wouldn't you think that any simple due diligence from someone who's professional enough, like some of the ministers and the Prime Minister, wouldn't they think, at least for a moment, to watch for the public fund and to make sure that the due diligence, the proper one, is done, at least they don't dip into this problem that we see today. So I would like my honourable colleague to comment on these notes.
Member for Saskatoon Grasswoods.
Madam Chair, this is an embarrassing moment for the government today when you have a member of a Privy Council, months after the fact, coming forward in committee, and only today because they got him to committee at the Finance Committee today. And then he reveals, well, yeah, I guess, in 2017 I did take 2 trips to Ecuador, and I do have family ties to the WE charity. If it wasn't today that he was invited to the Finance Committee, would he have paid the $41,000? I would say no. And it's embarrassing for this government. I would say today the Finance Minister should resign. I remember when there was a time that this Liberal government went after Bevoda over a $17 orange juice that she purchased. This is $41,000. That wasn't recovered until this afternoon at the Finance Committee when the Finance Minister finally got the checkbook out and noticed, yes, I'm wrong, it's an ethics violation, I better cough up the $41,000.
Comments, questions et commentaires? The Honourable Member for Barrie Innes.
Very good. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll go one step further to my honourable colleague. He's a Minister of the Crown. He's not allowed to accept sponsored travel. And under the designation that he accepted this trip from WE, this now $41,000 trip, which he just happened to pay the day he's showing up to Finance Committee, that alone should be worthy of a resignation of the Minister of the Crown. And I mean, it's mind-boggling to all of us how not only he didn't know that, but his staff didn't know that. It's sponsored travel. No minister is allowed to do that. And I would suggest that perhaps this is in some form influence peddling at a minimum, considering the fact that not only with this trip, but the fact that his daughter worked at WE, that they got $912 million as a result of this complex web, this gross connection that we're now finding out about, is just unbelievable. And I'm just wondering, whether the member agrees with me or not on that.
Saskatoon Grasswood.
I want to thank the member from Barrie Innisfil. It's interesting. So he got caught. The Finance Minister got caught a few years ago over the declaration not showing the French villa. So there was one strike. But this is a major strike. This was the breaking ball that came across the plate. When you months later admit there's $41,000 that I never accounted for the WE charity when I took that trip to Ecuador for accommodation, for food and other things with WE charity. Then we find out that not only the Finance Minister, the Prime Minister with his wife and his mother and his brother have just as close as ties to the WE charity as the Finance Minister. So yes, this one certainly reeks, Madam Chair, and I would think the Finance Minister should today step down and give Canadians a clean bill of health. This was a $912 million boondoggle that nearly happened. It got caught, and there's more to come out next week when the WE charity owners will come to committee, and hopefully they tell the truth.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Yorkton Melville.
Sorry,
she got up quicker.
I know that my colleague once worked in television, correct? And I'm sure he's aware, with CBC, there's a show called cbckids.ca. And on that show, they've been talking about the dynamics around the Prime Minister's mistakes. We've got now the Finance Minister making mistakes and expressing that they're sorry. And children are given an opportunity to respond on this site. And I find it interesting, my children wouldn't be given this option, where they say, he's sorry. So we need to give him some slack because, of course, he said that he's sorry and that this was a mistake. I would like the member to just comment on whether or not that level of forgiveness should be given in these circumstances where we're dealing with the Prime Minister of our country and a significant minister, second to him really on his right hand, well, next to supposedly our new associate, Christy Field. Thank you.
Saskatoon Grasswood.
Thank you again, Madam Speaker. I want to thank the member from Yorkton Melville. Yes, as a former journalist for years in the business, this is front page news. This is front page news. It should have been other than the Toronto Star, it has been front page news. I would like to thank Brian Lilly here in the House of Commons for doing an excellent job. He has been the best journalist on this. He has looked at Queen Street, the 300 block, that we has bought every 6 months, building after building after building. $43 million later, they have an empire on Queen Street. Brian Lilly was the one. This is why democracy in the House of Commons is so important, Madam Speaker. Because the news media now, this has legs, this story. It had when we came here Monday, but following the $41,000 check by the second top person in the Liberal government, this should be on the front page. It should be the front story on CBC, CTV, and Global for many, many hours and days to come. Thank you.
Then comments. The Honourable Member for Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just wanted to say to my honourable colleague, it's a great statement that he just has made. But I wanted to just ask him about the current situation in Parliament and the fact that some media and some reporters have done a great job of really shedding light on this. I'd like to add Vivian Krause to that mix too, and some of the statement that she had talked about, and that I just saw it on social media, that we had somehow been involved in getting party lists and information for the Liberal Party before last election. And those kind of things don't come to light unless we have people really investigating this. But bringing it back to where we are in the House of Commons, the fact that we've only had so many sitting days, and even these kind of versions this is really, for those out there watching, this isn't real Parliament. This is what's called a committee of the whole. It's a committee meeting. It isn't really Parliament. We don't have a lot of members in the chamber. Sorry, I can't say that. I guess I can. It is committee, so I can say that. We don't have the normal amounts of people in the House to really bring these issues to light. And just one more thing before I ask the question, is that I was the former chair of the Ethics Committee, and we wanted to have the Ethics Commissioner come to actually read his Trudeau II report. We had it all lined up, ready to go, and the Liberals in the committee actually shut that down. And so it was referred to this week by the member from Winnipeg that had already been addressed in a previous Parliament. But it wasn't. They buried it there as well. My whole point is, and question to the honourable member, does he think that this kind of setting is conducive to really holding the government to account? That's our job. We're paid very well to do that, and we're not being allowed really to do that. I saw one of the members in his RV, and good for him, he's on holidays. But it isn't the way it should be. We've sat through world wars in the past. We've seen many democracies around the world that function regardless of the crisis. Does he think the current situation is the way it should be? Thank you.
Honourable Member for Saskatoon Grasswood.
I'd like to thank the honourable member from Prince George and all his efforts on chairing the Ethics Committee in the past Parliament. Ethics is the most important focus for a member of Parliament to sit in this House. If you don't have an ethic base, you don't deserve to be a member of Parliament in this country. We, as parliamentarians, looking forward, Madam Speaker, other than Committee of the Whole, which we have here today, we're going to have the only other two Committee of the Wholes is August 12th and 26th. And yet we have the biggest scandal in years that's on this Liberal government. And we're not even going to be back here for 3 more weeks. And as you saw today on our virtual, there's problems with virtual. Certain ministers can't hear, certain people that are speaking are not heard properly. So we need to get back here. We need to get back each and every day to hammer this out.
We have to resume debate. The Honourable Member for Fredericton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I've been reminded again and again of the kindness and creativity of people across this country these past 4 months, especially in our own civil service. That historic weekend in mid-March, when the pandemic took hold in Canada, began a domino effect of businesses closing to the public, employees losing work, and people flocking to government relief programs, fearing whether or not they would make rent. The enormous quantity of applications
which have been handled by employees of Service Canada and the CRA, is remarkable. More than 6 million applications were presented by mid-April, only 2 weeks after Canadians could start making applications.
More unsung heroes of this pandemic are the people employed at Global Affairs Canada and the CBSA, who began an incredible effort of repatriating Canadians from across the globe. Those first weeks of the pandemic, these civil servants moved mountains to schedule flights, to confirm travel eligibility, to work with consulates and foreign governments to get Canadian citizens and permanent residents back on Canadian soil. Their efforts were incredible. I know the minister responsible played a significant leadership role in guiding these efforts, and I wish to thank him as well. And who can overlook the incredible work of the people involved in Canada's public health infrastructure? Dr. Tam and all the other provincial health officers, daily updates and leadership, supported by the entire public health agency and the public health departments across each province and territory, pooled data, tracked cases, and implemented protocols that have saved countless lives. All of these efforts are to be commended. But the staff that dedicated their time to these emergency measures had to step away from the regular workloads, and ongoing cases at IRCC, Service Canada, CRA, Veterans Affairs, etc. have been stuck and languishing for months. What do people do when their federal systems are shutting down? They come to their MPs. I and my team have been handling an incredible number of these case files and people whose lives are on hold while their files stagnate in a backlog. Even as our government slowly works to address these files that are piling up on desks across departments, the traditional supporting documentation that people need to track down is not always available. They cannot possibly complete the requests being asked of them. We need these systems to empower workers to find alternative pathways for Canadians. This system collapse is having second and third order impacts on individuals and families across the country. Let me tell you about a few of my constituents. There is a gentleman in my riding who has been working in Canada for several years now and is applying for his permanent residency. He has submitted all of his documentation but has been asked to submit one last piece of information, an FBI security check. It is not possible for him to get this document right now, as the FBI is not conducting these checks at this time. Relying on other countries to provide documentation is highly complex, given how hard it is to get documentation from within our own government. Will he need to leave Canada because we insisted on a document he couldn't get? How long will we leave this man and his loved ones in limbo? We need flexibility in the immigration system and caseworkers empowered to identify alternative paths to residency and citizenship, or we risk losing our neighbors that have come to call Canada their home. In another case, there is a couple in my riding who rely on their GIS checks each month, like so many other Canadians. They both submitted paper versions of their taxes at the same time in February. One of them had their taxes reviewed. One of them had their tax file lost. As a result, they have been denied their GIS payment until they can resubmit their taxes. They are being told it must be done via e-file, and they haven't been able to make that happen. We need flexibility within the CRA, and we need employees in that department to be empowered to work with people. In this case, to either track down the paper file or to work with this couple to facilitate refiling their taxes so that they can receive their GIS payments. In yet another case, there is a mother in my riding who lost her child tax benefit just before the pandemic shut down offices in March, because the father of her children claimed that he had custody when he did not. The CRA has placed the burden of proof on her shoulders in order to regain the benefits she needs to raise these children. One of the supporting documents required was a letter from a healthcare provider substantiating her claims. For months, doctors, dentists, and other health professionals have not been providing these services. Getting these supporting documents has been incredibly difficult. Encore une fois, nous devons mettre en œuvre des systèmes.
Once again, we must implement systems that are more flexible and that enable federal employees to work more directly with Canadians during these uncertain times.
My colleagues in this House worked day and night in the first months of the pandemic to get support to constituents in crisis and continue to do so. That workload has now shifted to support constituents in their backlogged cases. While I and my constituent assistants are continuing to advocate on the individual cases that come through my door, we need to fix this at a macro level. I wanted to raise this today to articulate a question to my colleagues in government. What comes next? Can we initiate a major hiring push, as Veterans Affairs Canada announced last month, to handle their backlog? So many Canadians remain under and unemployed. This seems the perfect opportunity to get more hands on deck to start working across government departments. Can we empower caseworkers with more flexibility and tools at their disposal to massage case files through the system, recognizing that the standard burden of documentation is not realistic now and may not be for months to come? I am but one opposition member of this House, and a rookie member at that. I don't pretend to have all the solutions, But I know the solutions are out there, and I believe they lie in our civil service. The brilliant and compassionate minds that have worked tirelessly through March and April to get support into the hands of Canadians need to be equipped and empowered to put their brilliance to work to address these issues. À travers le pays, nous observons nos...
Throughout the country, we are seeing our communities change. The government needs to adjust its services and catch up with technology.
About this virus that we cannot control, but we can control how we respond to it. I wish to end on a positive note. A thank you to our civil service and a pledge to do all I can with my colleagues in this House to ensure that they have the tools and the respect that they need to help Canadians in this time and in the future ahead. Thank you. Merci.
Thank you very much. I'd like questions and comments. The honourable member for Dorval-Lachenay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to especially thank my colleague who always speaks with empathy and sympathy and much humbleness. I always enjoy listening to her speeches. They're very heartfelt. And thank you for your words regarding our civil servants, the CBSA, Service Canada, to have repatriated so many Canadians. And they continue to work hard on this. Global affairs, the amount of calls, the volume of calls they and Service Canada have received in these last months has been overwhelming. So thank you to them. As well from me. I'd like to ask my colleague what her thoughts are on the programs that we have put forward, the CERB, the CEWS. Without that, does she not agree Canadians would have been in very dire circumstances, that these programs are evolving and that they are a work in progress? And does she not agree that without these, Canadians would have been lost? Thank you very much. Thank you, colleague.
Fredericton.
And thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for those wonderful words. I really appreciate that. And I am very supportive of this government's response to COVID-19. I mentioned yesterday just how proud I am to be a member of this parliament, to be a Canadian at that, because we have fared quite well on the global stage as far as COVID-19 goes. And the programs are not perfect, but we've worked together to make them as applicable as we can to most Canadians. I do feel, however, that I must voice my support for a guaranteed livable income. I feel that that was something, at the onset would have supplied so many more Canadians without that strict eligibility criteria with what they needed to get through these months and the months ahead. So we're talking a bit about the healing and the recovery and what comes next, and I really hope this government is very open-minded to the concept of a universal basic income or a guaranteed livable income, because I really feel that's the next step that we need to continue supporting Canadians as we have done throughout this COVID-19 crisis. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for London Fanshawe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And actually, just to build, I guess, on that conversation, I know certainly from our side of the House, and I think that we share this with the honourable member from Fredericton, that this can't just be the end, that all of these programs that the government continues to go on and on about how great they are, and I agree that they have provided help in a critical time, in that unprecedented time, but for the most part, it's also shown all the holes in our existing system. And so now is the time that we get to build something better. My colleague from Edmonton Strathcona had mentioned that. She had talked about that. And certainly the Honourable Member across has talked about the creation of those bigger and better social programs. So I myself, I have worked a lot in this House recently on the idea of a universal system of childcare. But maybe she can expand on other programs that we could continue to work on, the expansion of our EI system or things like that.
Honourable member for Fredericton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for her questions and for her work in this House as well. And we certainly align on just about everything, so I'm glad to be here with you in the 43rd Parliament. And I am very supportive as well of a universal childcare system. I have 2 children of my own. Many of my friends, families, Canadians, we know how important that childcare is to these next steps in our recovery, in building back better for Canada. So we certainly need to put a lot of emphasis there. We know how women have been disproportionately impacted throughout COVID-19. Certainly I've felt some of those pressures as a woman, especially a newly elected MP, and just kind of what that brings into play. But I also recognize my privilege. So I can't imagine those who in a less privileged position having to deal with, these last few months and then what's to come with all the uncertainty. So there certainly needs to be some changes. And you mentioned some changes to the EI systems. I really believe, again, that putting those patchwork of supports into a guaranteed basic income for all Canadians would really be the best step forward. It would actually alleviate a lot of the administration costs and the stresses that we've experienced as parliamentarians in kind of the rollout of these programs. So that would be the direction that I would put my energy and certainly my vote behind. Thank you very much.
The honourable member for Victoria is joining us.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. First, I want to thank the honourable member from Fredericton for her advocacy for her constituents in New Brunswick and for Canadians across our country. And she's spoken about the benefits economically, administratively of the guaranteed basic income, more direct universal payment. And I'm wondering if the honourable member could speak to the difference that this kind of approach would make for her constituents.
Member for Fredericton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the honourable colleague from Victoria and for joining us virtually. I think that's a testament to how we've been pursuing or doing our work here in Parliament. And so, you know, I gave a couple examples in my speech about people who are struggling during this time. And I think about specifically those who are waiting for their GIS checks to come in. They're those who are living on a limited income, those who are, you know, mothers who perhaps are struggling to find work, or who perhaps want the option to stay with their children, you know, before they go on to their school-aged, you know, classroom. So I think that for me, it would help countless individuals. It will help entrepreneurs. It will help people to take risks in their lives. It will help artists. It will help anyone in the gig economy. Specifically, I'm thinking of so many in Atlantic Canada. I think about those even with disabilities. I think about those struggling with mental health issues. I feel that this is the net that we need to cast out in Canada because it absolutely eliminates those holes that we've been seeing glaringly throughout this COVID-19 crisis. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Seeing none, I would like to take a few moments to thank our interpreters. J'aimerais beaucoup remercier nos interprètes pour
I'd like to thank our interpreters for their work.
Vous faites vraiment
The work you do is admirable.
Model and the floor model, so I thank you very, very much. The House is now, it being 4:24 pursuant to order made on Tuesday, May 26, 2020, it is my duty to inform the House that proceedings on the motion have expired and the motion is deemed withdrawn. En conséquence, conformément à l'ordre adopté,
Accordingly, pursuant to order made Tuesday, May 26, 2020, the House stands adjourned until Wednesday, August 12, 2020 at noon.
everybody as good a summer as possible. The House is now adjourned.